And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the esports WardiTV. We are done with the esports World Cup qualifiers for the most part. The EWC qualifiers we spent the last week, and even more than that, I guess, with just how many broadcasts we were hosting, we were having throughout the past week of play. But for now, we are done. I say for now because, yes, there is still the global qualifier on the horizon, but the regionals have concluded. And now it is time to go back to our regular scheduled programming. It's back to jump into the WardiTV Monday, the beginning of our weekly tournament broadcasts, including WardiTV Monday, including Pixel Monday, Sparkling Tuna Cups as well, and many, many other tournaments. So it's great to be here, great to be back. I was able to sleep. I was able to actually get more than 4 hours sleep today. It was crazy. I slept like a nice 7 hours. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Well, welcome everyone. Of course, I'm your host Live VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat and by the plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the WardiTV Monday number 38. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is looking quite intense, a little bit smaller than what we're used to. Looking at the bracket itself, it looks like we're missing a lot of the Europeans, but it makes sense because of travel, of course. Right after EWC, what do we have? Stara Zagora. Stara Zagora is in a couple of days, less than a week's time in Stara Zagora, so a bunch of players are traveling, a bunch of players are going to be competing, of course, at Stara Zagora, and they'll be heading over there as we speak. I think we did get notified that Clem did arrive at Bulgaria not too long ago as well. So again, players are in the midst of traveling, and best of luck to all said players at Stara Zagora. Let's go. Kasi machine, nice to be Kasi. Yeah, of course, always, Pappy, always. Whether it's the ESL Pro Tour, whether it's the EPT, whether it's EWC, whether it's DreamHack, whether it's GSL, we cast everything, Pappy, we cast everything. Speaking of, our schedule this week is going to be as busy as ever. As always, we do always typically cast at least once a day, typically 2 times a day. This week we do have 2 evenings off, thankfully. We do have a couple of afternoons off. That will help things out. But here we go. We are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. We're jumping into our PVZ and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our South Green Protoss player. We have our Red Protoss representing Alcadia Esports. It is a creator. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we are jumping into our next best, or into our initial best of 3 of the broadcast. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Is he playing random? He's playing Zerg. He's playing Zerg. He has competed as random in recent times, actually, and as Protoss and as Terran, of course, as well. But he's playing Zerg. I will notify. He is remaining as Zerg here. Here we go. So far, we are going to be settling in. Again, Gamma time is now, so place your bets while you can on who you think will claim the series. Whew. And again, it has been an intense week period in StarCraft here, and now the intensity continues. The intensity does continue here. I mean, again, Creator is going to be one of the heavy hitters to make a deep run in this tournament. Eva as well. Again, we'll be going over the entire bracket after this series. For now, standard openers, hatch, gas, pool. Welcome one to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in map pool, known for more aggressive and more all-in styles. And I would not be surprised if Eva does go for an attempted all-in. Again, Eva, he has been quite vocal when it comes to his disdain of the ZVP matchup, and when it comes to late game ZVP and late Sky Toss there, for sure. So we'll see how Eva does approach this. We'll see if he's inspired. Of course, as of late, Eva has been adjusting his ZVT and was shin-pilled after DreamHack, of course, and has been having a bit of a fun time with his Zerg versus Terran matchup. Zerg versus Protoss, unfortunately, there was not much ZVP from Shin at DreamHack Dallas, so a little bit less so here, but we'll see. We'll see if he has been cooking something up a little bit differently, or if he does go for some more standard play instead. For now, Stargate. But now Stargate opener out of Creator. Does open up Stargate. Creator, he is one to mix in Glaive Adepts, 100%. He's one to mix in Glaive Adepts builds and Glaive Adept play and Glaive Adept aggression. Does enjoy mixing in every now and then, but for now is going to be opening up Standard. Of course, this should lead into a third base. From here, we can get into our tech of choice, either Blink or potentially Glaives as well, depending on the timing of the Forge, of course. So we'll keep an eye on Creator. Behind this, Eva, third. Going for his third, still droning, still saturating. It's going to be on Eva to keep up with the Adepts, to keep up with the Oracle, and to make sure he doesn't lose too many workers. Here we go. Eva should still be in school. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. He's found a PC at a library, and he's able to play at school. Aye. So we are building up to have our Oracle on the way. Yeah, I still remember a couple of years ago when Oreo, he actually competed in a Grand Platypus Open one week from his university library. Like he took his little laptop, connected to the library like Wi-Fi, and he played in a Grand Platypus Open using library Wi-Fi internet. Let's go. Not quite school, but university. Yeah, it's close enough. Good times. I remember he sent us a photo of like his setup. I think he was using one of the books nearby as a mouse pad. I think. God damn it. That's how you do it. That's how you game. Here we go. As Creator does move out, he's got his double Adept, he's got his initial 4 Adepts as well, sorry, double Oracle, and he's got his initial 4 Adepts, making his way towards that natural. And again, it's going to be up to Eva to keep up with the aggression. So if other Queens are distracted by the Oracles, Adepts, they do shade into the natural base. Ooh, boys pulled for a moment there. 2 drones going to be going down. Did I say 2? The leagues are going to be falling, getting up to 3 drone kills, and can he get any more? So far, good reaction out of Eva. He does pull away, he does save his workers. With the Oracles, they get another drone in the main base. 5 workers go down. Adepts, they do shade away. And so far, very efficient trades by Creator. And no support at the third base. Queen's out of position. More drones going to be going down. Adepts, they're looking to come back in. He's not done. Not done, not yet, but at last, the Adepts, they do shade back. Now, what is most scary about what just happened? I believe only 1 Adept? No. 0 units lost here. Typically, after you get across the map, after you get damage done, you lose the Adepts, and then Links can counterattack, but the Adepts are still alive, and they don't really scale well into a longer game, but they do an amazing job here at defending against the Link counterattack. So all these Lings that were made most of them could have been drones. They could have been drones that typically they're used to deflect and then used to counterattack, but they just cannot. And Creator's not done. Creator, he's not done. He's going to keep on pushing. He's got his double, soon triple adept behind this as well. He can keep trading, and then he's working towards that next step. Blink, +1. Temple Archives on the way as well, working towards charge, working towards storm. So then Creator still pushing forward. And eBay, he is in trouble here. Has been taking a lot of losses. Lings, they do bait out the stasis. Nicely done. Baits out the stasis. +1 melee tells us that eBay is going into Ling Hydra. Larry's on the way. Working towards those Hydras. Again, it's still an Eba to re-drone, to resaturate. Currently down in workers, down in economy. And Creator, he's still not subbing. He's been very aggressive this game. Just has not been slowing down. The last Eba trying to engage. Stays trapped behind this. Eba, he does have enough links. Oh, Stasis goes off. This does go off. Stalkers, they're coming to reinforce. Blink is just now finishing up. +1 is on the horizon. Eba is taking. We have the Hydrogen on the way. We have the Infestation Mid on the way as well. And Eba, he does get a surround. It takes down the Adepts. Ooh, takes down the Adepts. Does focus on one of the Oracles. Nice control. Nice target firing, forces the recall, takes down 3 more Stalkers. Very nicely done. And Eba holds. Eba does hold on. Again, took down an Oracle in the process as well. Nice defense, and what's important, he was teching. What's important, Hive is on the way. Hydra production has begun, and Hydra upgrades are also in production as well. Also, Eba, he does hold on. What is lacking here for Eba is the drone count. The drone count is still lackluster, so he does have to re-drone, does have to saturate. That's still in the way. But so far, so good. So far, so good. As he's droning as best he can. There we go. 10 more drones on the way. Behind this, a Creator working towards, as I mentioned before, Charge and Storm. And Creator should be hitting a timing with Storm. Like right now, Eba is still vulnerable. He has Ling Hydra. There's no Banelings. There's no Lurker Den. Not yet. Speaking of, there should be a Lurker Den by now. That's my big concern here. Typically, ideally, you want the Hive lined up with the Lurker Den to finish up at the same time to start your Lurker upgrades as quickly as possible, but there's no Lurkers here. So this is either a misstep, a mistake, or we're taking in a different direction. We'll see. Meanwhile, Skytoss. Skytoss out of Creator. Going for the Flea Beacon, going for the Stargate. Ooh, Stasis goes up. Surrounds 1 Zealot. And Eba, he is massing up Ling Hydra. Hive is now complete. And again, what are we doing with said Hive? What are we doing there? That's it. Now, we have the answer. I was like, it's either we forgot or we're doing something else. We did forget. Double Lurker Den tells us that Eba was forgotten, and now he's going to try to get 2 upgrades at once to catch up. Oh boy. So yeah, this is going to be a late Lurker. Like right now, Lurkers should be morphing in. Lurkers, they should be morphing in right now at this point, and we should be getting ready to push into apply pressure. Right now, this is a big delay on Lurkers, so Eba's going to be vulnerable. Now, thankfully, I mean, a couple different things here. One, Eba is vulnerable to any kind of storm-based push, and Creator has that, but because Creator's taking it to Skytoss, I don't think he's going to move out without Skytoss. Like, he's still building up his forces. So on the one hand, this tells me that Eba might have a little bit of extra time and a little bit of extra wiggle room, but the downside is that this also means that the Lurker timing is going to be weaker, because now he's already up against Skytoss. Like Creator, it feels like he's 1 step ahead here. And on the one hand, Eba, he won't die, thankfully. He won't die for not having the Lurkers, but at the same time, he also won't be able to hit that timing that he was otherwise looking for. And in the long run, that's going to kill him. Oh, nice catch. Very nice catch. As these catches builds up, we will need that Spire. Like, Hydra Lurker is good, but against Skytoss, against the Tempests that are amassing, we will need that Spire. We'll need those Corruptors to compensate, though. Okay, we have some Drop Lords on the way. We can attempt to go for a drop into the main. Right now, Eba has to get damage done. Otherwise, it's just going to be outscaled. Otherwise, there's going to be no answer to the Protoss army. More Lurkers on the way. Lings, they attempt to surround. Ooh, they attempt to run by, I should say. Storm does punish. Here comes the lurker drop. Ooh, it does get spotted by the zealots. Yeah, Creator is aware. And with that, cannons in the main. Oh, sorry, Dark Shrine in the main. My apologies. Drops moving in. Lings, they comes on the High Templar. They don't get the High Templar. Templar do survive. Lurkers trying to sneak on past that mothership. Lurkers worse than natural. The main base lurkers are spotted. They will be dealt with. There's that revelation. Meanwhile, lurkers behind the mineral line. Lings, they collapse on the High Templar. And they, once again, they get one. Okay, they do get one. One Templar goes down. The lurkers are pushing the right-hand side. And damage is being done. But is it enough? For the most part, Creator is holding. Yeah, he's holding on. Ooh, brutal storm on the Hydras. Tempest, they hold the line. Ling's trying to move in, but our last Creator, he is holding on. He defends in all 3 locations. We'll believe that 9 probes, but only 9. Oh, okay, losing up to 11, 12. Okay. Breaks the base. Eba finding damage. And what I would love here at this point is a Spire. like this is the time. Like, we're getting damage done, but forcing back the army. The Tempest count is getting very high, and where is the Spire, Pappy? Oh, or at least Vipers, right? Like, okay, my apologies. Spire's done. Corruptor production has now begun. Let's go. Spire did complete here at the natural. He's ready, or he's getting ready. As he needs time for those Corruptors. Lurkers into the natural. Oh, Prism goes down. Oh, Hydras, they're getting caught out. Who catches who? Oh, the Hydras, yeah, they're getting caught. Oh, that's a lot of Hydras bleeding out here. They're going to be forced back. How many lurkers are left? 8. It's an okay lurker count. As we drop back into the bases, 15 probe kills, not bad. Gets 15 workers, 10 more Corruptors on the way. We need more Corruptors. But now getting up to 16. Okay, it's going to be solid. Solid Corruptor count. 4 more lurkers. Things they submit to the bases. They force a recall. Robo is going to be targeted down. And Eba, he will not get the Robo. But does force the army back. The main army going to be that much weaker. Gets a Tempest. Let's go. Tempest goes down. Eba pushing in. Does set up. And will snipe the expansion once again. And takes down the 5th. Very nice. Does take in the 5th base. The other thing that concerns me here is lack of spellcasters. Whether it's Vipers, whether it's Infestors, they both have their place, of course, in this game. But there are none. This is more of a brute force composition that's designed to like dive and engage and trade. And we'll see if we can pull this off. Eba, he does come across his Zella run by. Eba, he just checks. He's looking for the 4th base or the 5th base. He does find it. Eba is aware. Oh, likewise moves in. Flees up Narcon. Lurker, I mean. Lurker goes down. Storms here on the Corruptors. Yeah, the storms are brutal. Decent spread. Mothership goes down, but that's a lot of Corruptors falling. Yeah, there's not a fight to take. Oh, every Corruptor goes down. That was a brutal trade. That was how many? 23 Corruptors falling in total. That was not worth it. Eba, he traded and he got just the Mothership. The Tempest all survived. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this was not it. And that was expensive. Eba, he has no gas. The Corruptor base army is so gas intensive. And Eba, he's broke. He's out of money. He's lacking 80 workers. Creator, he moves out. 10 more Corruptors on the way. Eba, he has to respond. Like, up until that point, like, things were looking good. Things were looking solid for Eba, but God. He got too excited, man. He got too excited. Takes down the 5th base. Eba trying to get in position. He's up against how many? 10 Tempest. 10 Tempest, man. Oh, God. And the Tempest is just going to bully everything. Catch an Immortal. Nice pick up. Creator still doesn't have an expansion, but Creator still has he's maxed and he has a bank. Like, more so than Eba is the problem. It's like, hey, it's cool. He doesn't have a 5th base. He doesn't need a 5th base. That's the reality here. Doesn't need a 5th. He's fine. Storm's going up, a nice dive on the high tempo, but there's still 2 more tempo left over. Brutal Storm and the Corruptors. Oh god, and he does stand at it. Yeah, he misses the fight, and with that, Creator, he will take it. GG gets called, Creator, he will overwhelm, and Creator takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. With that, Creator does take a lead in the series. Again, Eba, I was very impressed. He was playing really well when it came to, I mean, just even despite having kind of a lackluster lurker timing, he was playing really well when it came to pulling Creator apart, denying the 5th base over and over again, and getting some damage done. It was never any critical damage, but damage nonetheless, and he was able to get some breathing room, tech up into Corruptors. Things were going well there, but did commit into a really rough fight. I think Eba maybe saw an opportunity that wasn't quite there. Maybe he thought that he could maybe break through and maybe break through the sorry, I should say snipe the mothership a little bit faster and maybe pull out, and then the mothership didn't die, so he just committed, and then by the time he killed it, he lost everything. He lost every Corruptor. It was brutal. It was just a brutal trade. And with that, GG, well played. And with that, we are getting into game number 2. Here we go. He needed infestors. As we mentioned, like at that stage, it did not matter. We're referring to earlier when he overextended. That's when the economic issue actually came up, because he did have a bank behind it, but because it took such a rough fight, it meant that he had to spend that bank instead of being able to utilize that to refine his army and to continue in the game. Like, he was accumulating, but he was forced to spend it, right? And here we go. We're now getting into our next game and getting into, or following our series, getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss, representing Al-Qadzia Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Eba. Let's go. So settling into game 2. Welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is a much larger map in the map pool. So with that, we're going to have a little bit more breathing room here when it comes to attack time or timing attacks. Timing attacks are going to be a little bit weaker here on this map. You have a little bit more time to scout, a little bit more time to react as well. And I do favor that here for Eba in the sense that he's going to have more breathing room to be able to, go for run-bys, go for counterattacks, be active on the map. Assuming he goes for a similar style. Assuming. Here we go. I think Eba and GG Machines are the only GM players under 18 that I know about. I think it's been long enough. I think Yen is 18 now. I remember he was 15 in around 2021, maybe 2022. I think it's close. I think he might have turned 18 this year. Yen might have turned 18. Either this year or last year. Just crazy. This year or last year? Who else? Who else are we thinking of? How long is Mini's how long? How old is Mini Zerg? That I don't know. That I'm not too sure. Yeah, those are the only that come to mind. Oh, the kids. Shameless turned 18 3 weeks ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's an old man now. Aye. Yeah, how does Starduck now? No shot. I remember when he was in high school. He must be like 20 now. Jesus. No shot. Settling in. For now, there's Saga opener here out of Creator. Once again, Perkian. So if I even position. Last game we saw the Creator was doing really well early on when it came to his Adept Harass, when it came to his Oracle Harass alongside it. So we'll see if he can keep up a little bit better this time as Adepts are moving out. Starduck is like 30 now. No. Not like this. What does Pappy mean? Pappy's like mate or bro, I guess. I think that's maybe the best English comparison, because when you say bro in English, you don't mean that like they're actually like your brother and related to you. It's like a term that you call someone, like a friend or someone close to you. Like hyung in Korean, which is like older brother, or aniki in Japanese, right? I guess. Oh my god, as we are out of position. As we are out of position, no queens, no lings, and 4 drones going to be going down. Aye. From here. Okay, just pull away. Fun fact, from my understanding in Spanish, to call someone that isn't related to call someone your brother that isn't related to is considered weird. I do know that. So different, different languages, different cultures, different phrasing or phrases mean different things. As the Oracles, no, are we in the pool? No shot. As we're committing here into the spawning pool, it almost does go down. The Spore does reposition. With that, Creator does take advantage. 3, 4, 5 more drone kills. Aye. Okay. Calm down. As that's 10 in total. Yeah, 10 drones go down in total. 6 to the Oracles, 4 to the Adepts. Very nice damage here from Creator. Did lose one of the Oracles, but so far he's done well for himself. That does deal quite a bit. Is there a point to 3 oracles? Oh, I see now. The real question is, why not 4 oracles? Why not? But when it comes to the oracles and why you would want to open up 3 is typically you wouldn't even necessarily harass with all 3 of them, but you'd have 1 at home to defend against Ling Rumbites, right? Ooh, as the Hydras have a mass, first oracle does go down. Winding it back when it comes to the game itself here, we do have our 4th base on the way. Iba, he's joined up to 3-way saturation, and Iba, he's not joining up his 4th. Not yet. So it's going to be cutting workers for now, hyper fixated on purely Ling Hydra. Because of all of the early game damage, it would make sense for Iba to go for a 3-base all-in. This would make sense as so far as still no saturation, did get +1 in range, still making purely Ling Hydra and nothing but Ling Hydra. Last game, by now, he was already taking up into an infestation pit, in towards hive tech, in towards lurker tech. Here, it's an all-in. Here, 3-base all-in out of Iba, no drones whatsoever, he does commit. Across the map. The armies, they pass by each other. They do pass by. This 4th base is going to go down. Creator, I mean, he can always recall, so we can commit a little bit further. And keep pushing. Iba, he split up his army. He has half to defend, the other half to attack. Black guy's pushing in towards the 3rd base. Creator still moving through. Going for the warp in. Prism into the main. Lings, they will defend. Likewise, there's that recall back home. 14 probe kills. Iba pulls away. He does pull away. He defends back at home. And Iba, he holds on. He holds on to his bases. He deals damage across the map. Iba in a better position here. And bearing in mind, Iba, he has not been droning. He's still not droning. So Iba is still all in, by the way. Iba, he defends. He gets damage done. And ideally, Iba, he does want to fight. He does want to take a fight out the center of the map. Oh, the Prism. Oh, Prism goes down. Brutal Storms. Yeah, Storms. Oh my god, the Storms on the Hydras. Hydras have to back off, but more Hydras coming in. And again, Iba, he has not drawn in quite some time. He's still committed. But without any links support, oh, this is brutal. Yeah, without links support, the Hydras, they just melt. They go down instantly. They cannot fight head on like this. Not like this. Where the Zerglings happy is with that, yeah, Creator, he just shuts down the army. He completely shuts it down. Zerglings now coming in. But again, without them to tank, the Hydras are just so fragile. So very fragile. And with that, Creator, he will take the fights. Iba, he's losing a lot of momentum. Iba does reinforce. Does reinforce. Does move out. Oh my god. Storms do connect. Yeah, GG gets caught. GG gets caught. Again, Iba, he had no follow-up. He had no transition out of this. He was completely all in, and the fights just went too poorly. GG. Creator, he will take the series 2-0. GG, well played. Despite that, Iba, he had some really good moments in both Game 1 and Game 2. Like, Game 1, again, I was very impressed with Iba's counterattacks, with his ability to pull Creator apart. Just some rough fights in Game 1. Here in Game 2, likewise, I was really impressed with counterattacks, with his ability to keep up with aggression, with the Warp Prism, with the move out. But once again, the fights did go a little bit too poorly there, unfortunately. When it came to here in Game 2, pure Hydra, as you saw, especially against Charger Archon Storm, pure Hydra, you can be up 20, 30, 40, 50 army supply, and you will still lose those fights, or it's still quite difficult to really make them work, just because of, again, as we mentioned, Hydras are glass cannon. You ideally need support for those Hydras to tank those shots, and not even for that long. That's the reason why, like, Lings compare quite well with Hydras. Hydras have a lot of DPS, like, they have a really high rate of fire, a really high damage output, so even a couple of seconds can make the world of difference here for Lings to buffer and for Hydras to collapse in and focus on Archons and focus on High Templar. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Creator, he will claim the series, and we are heading over to the Korean server as we are following Creator into the next round. GG. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up together on what's going to be going on and what is happening here, as we do have some updates from the sub. herO takes down Solistus 2-0. Oh, can we? There we go. Does take him down 2-0. herO is now facing off against Percival, as Percival takes down MaNa 2-1. So big win there out of Percival. Ooh, and hopefully I can pop over in time. Hopefully. Meanwhile, ByuN takes down Lunacy 2-0 as well, and we have a next series. It's going to be ByuN versus Creator in the round of 8. Likewise, Curie's up against Grape. We do see Goblin takes down Jumi 2-1. Went to the ace match. Shout out to Jumi, of course. Did fight hard there, but Goblin did take it in the end. Meanwhile, we have Classic versus Rebellion currently facing off in a PvP, and we have Rogue taking down Nickrat 2-0. Oh. Let's take it down. So for the most part, the round of 16 is wrapping up. Round 16 is wrapping up, and we will be getting into the round of 8. And we're most likely going to be following this into the upper semifinals. Most likely. Bam. As we are setting up our players. There we go. When it comes to other areas of the brackets, I believe Wardy was covering Percival versus MaNa, so I believe Wardy is going to be following that into herO. That would make the most sense. Currently, there are only 2 English casters, just ourselves and Wardy. Sometimes there's like a Steadfast, or sometimes there's like a ByuN, but this week, just the 2 of us. I believe Indy's also casting in Polish, so share my papi, share my. Indy's got you covered in Polish, and there is most likely, I think that's it for now. There might be a Korean caster, Inu. I think I saw him casting. I think Inu might be casting as well. I think Inu does cast on Soup. On the Soup platform. Or on Chijik. One of the 2. He's on one of them. Fire and wannabe ByuN. Oh, wannabe ByuN? How? Oh my god. Let's go. He was playing well, for sure, for sure. All these baby ducklings growing up so fast to become CranKy ducklings. Ah, no. True. But Vita's on the way. So we're going to be going on a short break. Here. Creator and ByuN is going to be coming up next, and we're probably going to follow this into the next series. Let's go. Let us go. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the WardiTV Monday, number 38. Welcome back to the quarterfinals, the round of 8. We're here, we are back, and we've been following Creator into the next round, into his next round opponents. Here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea representing Alcatia Esports. It is a Creator. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Oh, hello. As ByuN does move out early on with the SCV, and we'll see if he can avoid the probe scouts of his opponent. As these two, they play quite often. We actually casted them last night. We casted them last night in the Korea qualifiers. It was very heartbreaking, of course, as they were facing off in the lower brackets. And it was, again, very heart-wrenching for Creator. Did have a bit of an emotional night, I will say, with how close he was to making it into the global finals. Global qualifier, I meant to say, and barely didn't quite make it. Really good to see him here. He's back on that grind, back on that horse. Likewise, Creator and ByuN, they face off quite often when it comes to online weekly tournaments as well, whether it's Sparkling Tuna Cups, whether it's Pegasus Mondays, or whether it's WardiTV Mondays as well. Just because they're so active, they face off quite a lot. So we've been casting a lot of ByuN versus Creator over the past like 2 months. It's been a lot. And they do go back and forth. They do go back and forth in the series. In general, I do think that ByuN has a slight edge over Creator in general. But I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Wouldn't be surprised if this does go all the way. I mean, hey, they went to the ace match last night as well. Oh, wait, so they went to game 4. That's it. They went to game 4 last night. They went to game 4 in their best of 5. As ByuN does open up with the eBay block, there was enough progression. Creator going to be forced to expand elsewhere at the natural location. So already a nice start. Here from ByuN. Does force the unnatural natural. From here, you could try to go Reactored Reaper. Sorry, you could go Reactored Factory Hellion production. But ByuN isn't typically one to go for that style. You can see here we have the reactor on the ranks and the factory on its own. And that's a factory after CC. So this isn't too aggressive here by ByuN. He's making Creator uncomfortable, for sure, but isn't committing. Go. Community qualifies when GSL and Creator makes the global qualifier, as far as I know. Oh, there you go. I mean, yeah, there's I'm pretty sure there's like certain ways for certain people to get in and to not get in, depending on how certain events play out. It doesn't feel good knowing that like your future is in the hands of someone else, but technically, there's a chance. So we are setting up. So far, Blink is on the way. Now working towards Blink with that Twilight Council opener. From here, Creator can soon expand. We're on how many gates so far? Getting up to a 2-gate setup, so 2-gate Blink. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home going for his own 1-1-1. Nothing too crazy here. Again, does actually go for his initial medevac drop behind this, building up his tank count. It does move out. With this, it can try to abuse Creator being stuck in 2 locations here. Try to hit the main, try to hit the natural. As he is spotted by the hallucination. Nicely done. Creator, he's aware. He keeps up. Then he rotates over. Breaks the lock-on. Lock-on is broken. That does pull away in time. Still taking a lot of damage. Shield batteries burning through that energy. Is holding on. Dropping into the main. Just abusing this location. Getting a probe kill. Not bad. And will get away. As remember, Blink is not done. Blink is not yet done. Oh! That does pull away. Nice shield battery overcharge. Or NG overcharge. As ByuN still gets 4 probe kills. It does focus on 3 more workers. Cyclone finally goes down. And Creator will hold, but not without losing another probe. ByuN just getting the most out of this drop, getting 5 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. A very nice trade considering those were what, vanilla Marines. With that, ByuN pulls back. Content with his trade, building up his tanks, getting ready for the second wave, the second push. As he does move out. Unfortunately, this is unscouted. There was no observer in position. There was no hallucination, no stalkers either. Creator, not where he needs to be. He's out on the map. And this is a very ByuN push. Again, no stim, no upgrades. Just tanks and vanilla Marines. Does get within range. Does force a recall. He does recall back home. Yeah, he does get another 5 probe kills. We'll lose these tanks, but again, he's trading with the stalkers as best he can. Taking down 2 so far. The blink does kick in. So far, so oh god. So far, so good. As ByuN, he just rallies across. He wants those stalkers. Base him in. Gets a stalker. Again, the trades, 5 stalkers, 11 workers in total. Did cost ByuN 2 tanks. That is brutal, but at the same time, ByuN doesn't really need tanks anymore. Like, tanks, they're crucial when it comes to 3-gate and 4-gate blink defense, but that isn't really happening here. Remember, it was a 2-gate setup, now into a 3rd base, full saturation, into charge, into storm. Back at home, tanks, they've served their purpose. Now ByuN can look to expand or commit. There we go. 3rd base going to be on the way. The air of tanks has come and gone for ByuN. Working on the next step. Creator did delay his forges here, so he's going double forge, double upgrades. Oh. Catching at the army. Now dropping into the mineral line. And there is Storm to defend. There we go, Storm is revealed. ByuN, he will be cleaned up. But really just causing a distraction at the same time. Does hit the 4th. And can he force a cancel? Yeah, he will. Cancel 4th, basically got what he wanted. Now he has to pick up and get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Oh. Does pull back. ByuN claiming his 3rd. And the game will continue here. At least we're hoping to. Creator, it looks like he will spot the Doom Drop. ByuN getting a little bit adventurous. Diving into the main, there's the recall. Creator, he's ready. And ByuN, he commits in. It does unload, does commit. Nice dodge on the storms. Yeah, storms don't quite connect. Zel's going to be going down. ByuN, he's getting damage done here. He's going for the stalkers. He stims in, he ignores the zealots. Gets 1, 2, 3, almost all the stalkers. Drops back into the low ground. And Creator just being pulled apart. He's just being pulled apart at this point, and he has no 4th base. He has no economy. Better storms towards the end. Much better. But despite that, still some brutal trades. And ByuN still rallying in. Oh. Let's throw away those Widow Mines. Creator, he's holding on. Let's go. Surviving. And ByuN's still just rallying, by the way. Like, he's been so aggressive this game. Almost non-stop rallying across the map, dropping into the main. Finally backs off. Momentum is on his side. ByuN has a greater economy. Again, Creator just now getting his 4th base, just now getting saturated. Has been so heavily delayed. He's holding on. The other scary thing for Creator, ideally in this kind of game state, you do want to diversify your splash damage, but we just don't really have the economy to do that. We haven't had it because of the late fourth. So Creator's still building back up. Creator is vulnerable. He has 2 Eye Templar. The rest are coming back. So we got 4 more in the prism. 6 in total. Ooh, EMP goes off, catching 2 Eye Templar already. 4 left. Yeah, 4 Templar remaining. Storm coming in. Nice storm on the Marines. There's 2 Eye Templar left. ByuN does get behind the middle line. Oh my god, Prism goes off! And Prism does unload, EMP on the High Templar, and that means 0 Storm. 0 Storm, ay ay ay. And the army can just commit in, EMP on the Archons. And Creator's army just melting here. And again, he just doesn't have the supply to work with. He doesn't have the economy. As the Immortals go down, Zealots as well, and now only the Stalkers remain. And Creator just picked apart this game. Having such a hard time even expanding and getting a 4th base. Even establishing his own natural. Creator trying to hold on. Does go for the NG overcharge. Does have some storms. Oh, nice storm. Okay. Oh, that was the only one. Yeah, that was the only one. And with that, once again, ByuN, he will break through. Takes down the Archons. The ghosts are getting very low. It doesn't matter. At this point, it does not matter. He's moving in. Here comes the first Colossus. Again, this was delayed because of delayed 4th base. All the tech was later than usual. And the 4th will go down for the 2nd time. He just can't get a 4th. Ah. Creator just cannot keep up. Not after all the early game damage. And with that, ByuN getting another expansion, getting a 4th base of his own, getting a 2nd starport. From here, we can start working towards the Viking production, Liberators as well. Now, Creator, he can try to recover here, especially when it comes to like run-bys and counterattacks. If you notice, this entire game, he just hasn't been able to do so there. Whether it's with War Prism drops, or run-bys, or warpins, there's been nothing threatening ByuN. If you recall, earlier we saw that Creator tried to move out, but ByuN, because he was just non-stop attacking, Creator had to come back home. Like, every time he's just forced back home. So it just has been no harass. And ByuN is about to max. He's about to max out. You see Creator, he's not fully aware of the army location. Oh, now spots it. They spot each other. ByuN, he doesn't spot the 2nd observer. Creator's keeping up. Upon seeing this army movement, ByuN should know that there's an observer somewhere. As he does pull away. Now ByuN is max. Creator, he's slowly catching up in supply. He does not have any High Templar, so no storms. Just relying on the Colossus. Oof. Those are brutal EMPs. EMPs, they do pop off. First Colossus goes down. He gets 1. Yeah, playing it safe. Hiding back. Doesn't want to throw away his lead. Yeah, Vikings, they go for the Prism. They don't quite get the Colossus. Nice juggling, okay. Creator holding on. Does hold on. It's still very much an uphill battle, but he's holding back. He's holding. He'll be fine. And again, there is a world where... Never mind. I was going to say this world where he can still land those those storms. He can still shut down the army. But it is just very Marauder heavy. Just so many Marauders. 25. Like, ByuN's army is built to tank. Creator once again just being bullied away. So I'll save the Colossus. Then he respects it. Does back off. As seen here in the Archons. Oof. First Colossus goes down. The other Colossus wastes some DPS there on the turret. On the tower. And with that, we're trying to go for the warp, but another Colossus goes down to 1. Down to 1, and to be down to 0. A couple of boys are being pulled. This is the last fight here for Creator. It is his final army, and he will lose everything here. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Just a really, really rough start there for Creator. If you remember, Creator, he was a couple of seconds late with his Stalkers. I'm referring to the moment where ByuN, he pushed out with his Marine tank push. This was after the Cyclone drop. After the Cyclone drop, which did do some damage, don't get me wrong. I think he killed, what was it, 11 probes at the start of the game? Like 5 and 5? It's crazy. But after that, he then pushed with 2 tanks and vanilla Marines. And if you remember, Creator, he moved out with his Stalkers, and they barely missed each other. They missed each other. Stalkers, they got outside of the natural, and ByuN slipped past. He was able to slip past. Oh, able to slip by. Oh. He was able to slip by in the end. And because of that, he was able to sneak up on the expansions, on the 3rd base initially when he was able to get some damage done, and likewise again on the 4th base as well. And that just did get out of hand. It got out of hand in the end. Creator, it took him so long to expand, to claim his 3rd, to claim his 4th base. He was denied time and time again, and he was just one step behind. Like, he was just perpetually behind there from the aggression of ByuN. And we spoke about it, because ByuN was being so aggressive, Creator, he never felt the freedom, felt the room to actually go for any zealot run bys or counterattacks. There was nothing threatening ByuN at all that game. It was crazy. I legitimately don't think there was ever a counterattack until the very end. I think that was the first time the Creator had pushed across the map, outside of scouting with his Stalkers, like at the start of the game. This is crazy. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as a opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Alcadia Esports. It is Creator. Again, early on, having a hard time at keeping an eye and catching the aggression of ByuN. Did pay the price for it, and it snowballed from there. We'll see if he can keep up this time. As ByuN was able to set a pace and just kept it up. Just kept that momentum going. Here we go. Creator does get his natural. So far, just a Gate, a Cyber expand, Standard Opener out of Creator. Likewise, Ranks expand out of ByuN. Economic Opener. This time there's no eBay block, so this time Creator, he will have a little bit more of a comfortable start compared to last game. Here we go. And we'll see where that takes us. So players are building up. ByuN does scout. It does check the third location, just making sure there's no proxy gateway. Make sure he doesn't get cheesed out. So ByuN playing safe. Likewise, creator here. I think I saw a Zelda in production, but does cancel. Going for the sentry. Sentry openers have been a lot more common when it comes to the latest patch, like that pack. I guess ever since the change. But sentry openers, they do allow for more scouting, of course, especially with the NG overcharge. They allow you to keep an eye on what ByuN is up to. They've become a big part of PvT and PvP. All the sentry openers. All the hallucinations. With this, we have initial tech lab on the factory, going for the early cyclone. Last game, if you remember, we had a marine cyclone drop to start things off, but the cyclone gets cancelled, and we open up WardiTV instead. Okay, and this is what's really scary about this kind of setup here, is that you can kind of like fake out your opponents, and you can go for a hidden WardiTV play. I say hidden WardiTV. There's a tech lab on the factory. Like, you don't expect a WardiTV here, you expect a cyclone, and the scout is denied. Yeah, the scout is denied. WardiTVs are building up, and so far, unscouted. Yeah. as we fake an add-on slot. Okay, let's go. So we have the initial WardiTV here, followed by tank production. ByuN moving out. He's having fun, Pat. He's having fun. Creator moving in with a second scout. He will confirm the tech lab is on the factory. Drop does get across, going for the mineral line. Oh! We'll see if we can get in. So far is zoned away. And force to pick up. So Creator doesn't take any damage. Oh, despite that we just commit in. He's going for the sentry. Can he get it? Not quite. So far one probe goes down. The sentry does fall as well. Nice pickup. Gets the sentry. From here pulls away. And again, the sentries are much more valuable here. We spoke about how sentries, they do provide you so much scouting information, but now, well sniped, has to be replaced. Otherwise, Creator is going to be in the dark. As he has no more sentries. Likewise, Creator hunting down that drop. ByuN moving out early on. Remember, this is without Sim, very similar to last game. 2 tanks and massive vanilla marine. Now this time he gets spotted. Yeah, this time Creator does spot this. He can slow this down. Takes off 1, 2, 3 marines. Same time, Liberator into the main. Getting 1 probe kill. Cool. But again, as opposed to last game, Creator, he does see this coming. Diving on the tank, gets 1, and takes on 1 tank, takes on the second tank as well. Nice defense. And with that, Creator, he will hold this time. He will hold on, he will not lose any workers. I mean, he lost 1 to the Liberator. But you know what I mean. With that, he shuts down the push, and again, no extra damage here at the third. Nicely done. Okay. I saw the blue blob on the minimap. I was like, did he expand? What's happening? He's like, okay, just the gateway. It's very confused. Going for the proxy. Getting up to a 4-gate setup. The tank is exposed. Dives on the tank. No bunker. Ooh, no bunker does take an extra volley to the face though. Despite that, we'll take down the tank. Can bully back the marines. Boys after you pulled. And again, without a bunker, ByuN cutting corners. Being punished. He is being punished here. I mean, now he has no tanks. Now there's nothing for the soldiers to fear. The same is not yet done. Gets a marauder. ByuN, he is hurting. Getting another marauder. Oh. Barely doesn't get the other. I love the retargeting there on that medevac. Smash shots going up. Boys being pulled once again. Remember, Creator can just keep warping in. He has that proxy. He has the setup. There we go, warping in Zealots. Storm is on the way. Storm is on the way, gets another medevac as well. ByuN is just falling apart here, or getting picked apart. And again, this is all thanks to just how well Creator dealt with the initial tank push. Here he pulls away, gathering energy. Storm is almost complete. A charge likewise as well. Needs a little bit more time. And Creator, he might be able to break this location. Remember, there are no more tanks, and there's no reason to make any more tanks. So there's 0 tanks to defend. There's still no bunker, by the way. That's a lot of Marauders, though. Creator up. Likewise falling back. We do have a couple of storms, but they don't quite connect. Not yet. Storm does graze the army. Creator Mine's going to be going down. We still have another storm in the chamber. Another 2. Once again, mainly zoning. A better connection towards the end. Zelda charging in. And Creator, can he break ByuN here and now? He's so close. A little bit more, Pappy. A little bit more. He's going for it. There's a dive. Gets 1, 2 Marauders. Gets a 3rd. There's what, 4 left. Oh, the mine shots are brutal. Ghosts have arrived. He has an EMP. Has an EMP. Boys are being pulled, but Archons are built for this. Yeah, they punish the SCVs. And Creator, I think he has done it. Yeah, just barely has broken through. Dives in with the Zealots. And we are looking to force that ace match. Now getting into the mineral line. The Archon not wasting some shots here and there, but overall, this is critical damage. 21 SCVs. 23. The SCVs, once again reinforcing. Just 1 Widowmine. Nice shot. Nice shot on the main army. Oh my god. As Creator targets down as many of those medevacs as he can, gets 2. And even though ByuN is going to hold here, behind this 4th base is on the way, getting to +2 attack. We have more Archons morphing in. Creator still committing. At this point, it might just be worth backing off. Just backing off, calming down, teching up. As ByuN, he is holding on to the natural at least. As I guess in a way, kind of like ByuN last game, Creator, he refused to back up. And he's being punished for it, by the way. Brutal EMP will bleed out those Archons. Yeah, Creator does overextend. He has to get out of here. Has to pull away. ByuN, he's still in this. Let's go. He's recovering. He was down to around 46 SCVs, but no, he's built back up. He's been muling the entire time. ByuN's still in this game, and unfortunately for Creator, he didn't start taking into a Bay or any kind of Colossus production. No City Immortals either. He's still building up. Replenishing his army. He lost all the Stalkers. They were expensive losses. No shot. ByuN, he's got plenty of Ghosts, plenty of EMPs. He has the higher quality army. Brilliant Pete. Storm will zone. I was gonna say that Creator has to play it slow, but at this point it might just be too late. Drop on the right hand side. No shot. ByuN. He's recovered in this game. He's bouncing back. Gets 9 probe kills. ByuN takes a worker lead. Yeah, last Creator sure got a 4th base. You could argue that it was late. You could argue that I would say right now we need a 5th, as ByuN is ahead economically. Creator is going for it. He is going for it. Stalker's back forward. Creator collapsing in. He's got a handful of storms. He's got 4 Templar. Did I say a handful of storms? The EMPs are brutal. Down to 2 Templar. 2 storms. Down to 1 storm. 1 storm left. Uno más, papi. Uno más. He's down to 1 storm at the same time. Drop across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Now it's just a gateway army. More probes going down. Creator was so close to breaking ByuN. He did overextend 100%. Like, Creator, he committed a little bit too hard. That is true. But he was so close. So close. As the 3rd base is going to be denied. He's still holding on to that 1 storm. There it is. ByuN does pull away. Claiming another expansion. Planetary is complete. And with that Creator, he's lost that lead. Like, I feel like we're meant to be in an ace match, pack. We're meant to take it all the way to game 3, but alas, he has lost his advantage. He's down to 34 probes. He barely has an economy. He can barely sustain himself. Not anymore. Not like this. He has 4 High Templar. They're on the Prism. Now, Creator, he can still take this game. He can still end it, but he's all in. Like, it's his final push. This is it. This is all he has left. ByuN was out of this game, but he clawed his way back in. No. No K Storm. So I'll say charge in. We're fighting out in the open. But nice kiting here by ByuN. Does kite back, does kite well. Takes out the Prism. Prism goes down. There was a good storm, but that was the only storm. Yeah, that was the only storm available, and it looks like ByuN, he will make a stand. He will hold on. Takes in the Archon, takes out the Zealots. He wants those Stalkers. And remember, ByuN has an economy, Creator does not. The longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. As he's just out producing a Creator. Boys are being pulled. Last Creator, he just doesn't really have much here. No left, not anymore. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he will claim the series 2-0. He will advance on. My heart goes out to Creator here. GG, well played. Again, he had a lead in this game. He was killing ByuN. He was doing well for himself, but did get too excited, did overextend, did stick around too long, did commit too hard, and to the point where it was becoming more inefficient. It's becoming more inefficient to the point where it was, yeah, it was, it's getting out of hand. GG. GG. Yeah, my heart goes out to creator. But with that, congratulations, ByuN will take it. ByuN, he will take it. He will take it. He will be able to advance on to the next round, to the semifinals. And I believe he already has an opponent. Sorry, just catching up. Just catching up with the chat, catching up. And likewise, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on, where we are, and where we are headed. Here we go, as we're getting to the semifinals here. Oh. Getting to the semifinals. As up next, we do have a herO versus ByuN. Meanwhile, Kyo took down Goblin 2-0, and we have, I just realized, we have a full Korean semifinals. I mean, it does make sense, we mentioned before, but a lot of the Europeans are traveling. A lot of the Europeans are traveling to Bulgaria for Star Zagora. So because of that, we have less EU representation here today and mainly Korean representation instead. I actually don't know if the Monday Night Weekly is going to take place today. I know that they're a little bit more sporadic with how often they do host their events, depending on their support on Ko-Fi, of course. But yeah, I'm curious if they're going to be running it this week or if they just keep it for next week instead. We'll see. Otherwise, that might be one of the more interesting weeklies. Oh, actually, I was about to say that, like, oh, we might see like some interesting players like popping off in the Monday Night Weekly if it's tonight. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of these Koreans will just stay up and play in that tournament as well, as they often do. As they often do. Just catching up in the chat. Hello, Kanoya. Hello. All the others were Arsenal compared to SCV losses till now. Single drop will just show so many probes. Well, it's one of those things where, like, again, like, he was doing really well early on. He was doing a lot of damage. But at the same time, like, again, he did overstay his welcome, and there were some expensive losses there for a creator. In regards to losing Stalkers, in regards to losing High Templar towards the end of his aggression. Likewise, behind it, I don't think he took as big of an economic lead as he needed to. He got his 4th base on running, but ideally he didn't need to, yeah, get that a little bit earlier to maintain his economy. GG. Regardless, with that, we're getting ready for our next series, getting ready for our next TVP. Also, we're going to be covering the upper semifinals first, followed by the lower semifinals. So semis, then grand finals. So we have 3 series remaining in the broadcast. 3 series left. A lot of queen sleeps. I guess, yeah. A lot of 2-0s. Shout out to our MaNa and Percival having one of the only ace matches. Goblin and Jimmy as well. True. But we're just conducting our vetoes. And game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Is this the first time we've had pure Koreans in the top 4? I know we've had top 4 without Max Specs and Clem before, I'm pretty sure. I think that was when MaNa had his crazy upsets. But I don't know if we've had pure Koreans in the top 4 before. It's crazy. Great. For the Korean Weekly. Let's go. Let's jump in. Game 1 is going to be in ley lines. We have our best of 3 semifinals here, and we'll determine our first finalist of the broadcast. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go. As once again, ByuN moves out with the early SCV, this should be for the eBay block across the map. Oh, no, my apologies. We sent a second proxy racks. Let's go. Proxy 2 racks here out of ByuN. Every time, deja vu, baby, deja vu. As it was even recently, it was that DreamHack, correct? Where herO, he did die to proxy 2 racks Marauder. Likewise at I Am Katowice as well. It does catch him off guard from time to time, and here we go. We have the Raxes on the way for ByuN. Now, herO, he will probe scouts, he will dip into the main base, he will confirm the Rax is missing, and with that, he is now somewhat aware of what is going on. Hasn't confirmed the proxy location yet, but is now aware to play it safe. Yeah, Z. Here being like, Pappy, why are you clowning me, Pappy? Why are you clowning me? ByuN saying, I'm wearing my nose. My clown nose. Let's go. Do you have a second pylon here to keep everything powered? herO, unfortunately for herO, he had blindly set up his gateway on the low ground, so this is going to be more exposed, so he's forced to throw down the second pylon here to keep everything powered. Initial Zelts on the way. It's going to be Proxy Marauder, as he did mention. And, oh boy, we'll see if herO can hold on. As the Marauders are amassing. Shield batteries on the way. Ah, God, it's just so, like, the production is exposed. Like, this is just such a brutal setup. We'll see if herO can hold on here. Basically, what I am, like, expressing here is that typically this setup is on the high ground, and because that's safer and you can make a stand at the ramp instead. But like here, he's forced to just double down here because of his first pylon placement, and that also means that his production is also vulnerable as well. But we'll see. We'll see if herO can pull this off. Bunker's on the way. First pylon, yep, is being targeted. herO, I think he would have to pull the boys to try to pull this up. Jesus. That's the first soldier, takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Immortals on the way. Down goes the first pylon. Supply blocks herO. Does supply block. And this might just be game. Nice force field. Oh my god. Stalker takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. ByuN did overextend, loses one of his immortals, one of his marauders, I should say. With that, the second pylon is going to go down, but the immortal is going to pop. Yeah. TT. The immortal does arrive. Again, is within range of the gateway. The gateway is under fire as well. TT back. TT. Shields are triggered. Shields are triggered. Shield battery goes down. The boys have been pulled. I think this is pretty smart. I mean, there's no force field. There's no gate. There's nothing. there's just nothing here. Ah, God. And can he focus down that Artosis pylon? He's going for it. Yeah, the pylon is targeted. Depowers everything. There's one pylon left. Actually, just going for the robo. And he will bring it down. But here comes the second immortal. Let's go. Oh God, never mind. The burst damage is crazy. I say that the boys do get the surround though. Immortal survives. Immortal does survive. Yeah, GG gets called, and herO, he will hold on. ByuN, he got too cavalier, got too aggressive, and herO will take the game. What a clown fiesta. GG. They're both typing to each other. GG, well played. ByuN got a little bit too aggressive there. He dove on the Immortal. He did not kill it, so the probes, of course, are just getting free damage. Free damage on the Marauders, able to focus them down. GG. GG. I'm Google translating everything. Oh no. Hero's like, please nerf the Marauder. ByuN is saying the Marauders are too thick, they're too big. Oh god. GG. Yeah, they're bantering. With that, we're getting into game 2. Probably should have gone for the second pylon, for sure. It was. I feel like it was greedy of ByuN to have gone for the Robo of all things. He went for the Robo, then he went for the Immortal, and he got neither one. But they're just joking with each other. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of torches, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is ByuN. We're moving out once again. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent getting proxy 2-raxed. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Alright, let's wind it back. Let's do it again. So proxy 2-raxed here from ByuN. Outside of the natural, herO, he pokes in with the probe. We will check the ramp, and I'm waiting for the ZZs again. As he pokes in, confirms the gas, confirms no racks. Oh, okay. ByuN, he pulls back. Never mind. He changes his mind. Because of the probe scout, second gas geyser, he pulls back with the SCV. He does change his mind here. It's still proxy 1 racks, but no longer proxy 2 racks. Okay. Oh, he gets spotted. The SCV does get spotted. With that herO, this time a much more respectable location for his setup here. Gateway and Cybercore in the main, so it's safe. And it's going to be just Proxy Reaper. Just Proxy Reaper. And from here, we're going to be able to embrace a longer game. We should be going for a factory before the starport. Yep, factory has been turned down. Hidden at the natural. ByuN, he's just clowning this series. Let's go. He's trying to tell a story, of course. He's trying to tell a story that there is a real proxy. And the Reaper gets revealed. Yeah, Reaper does race back home. And with a yo, shout out to Eva. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session or custom games. I did see that Nina and Ender, they were hanging out as well. Always nice to see. Always nice to see. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time. And go to school. Eva. As with that, we're in the semifinals. In the semifinals here of the WardiTV Monday. We're in game 2. We had ByuN being a little bit cheap, going for a 1-1-1. Okay, going for a starport, CC on the high ground. Meanwhile, herO does open up Robo. Very safe opener by herO. I'm pretty sure this was a mistake. Okay, let's go. As he does he actually get across the map in time? Does he expire too soon? That's unfortunate. Does he get in? Does he? No, he doesn't. He doesn't make it. No. The Colossus does not make it across the map. Feels hallucination, man. ByuN doesn't even know what happened. He won't even get to see it. Hallucination does expire. There we go. Now we have a probe scout. Interesting. So typically when you go for a probe scout like this, the benefits of doing this is that you get to fan out and see more areas of the map, but here he's just, I guess, looting to tank a mine shot. I guess that was the plan. There is no mine shot, but there you go. Just tanks the lock on. Pokes in, sees the expansion. As with that, the second cyclone does arrive, and I feel like hero's going to be cleaned up here. I feel like he's going to lose everything. Yeah, both Stalkers and the Sentry as well. Hero does overextend. Very efficient trade here from ByuN. And we're just rallying. We're just rallying across the map. Robo into Mortal into War Prison. Let's go. So next level, mind play to confuse the opponent when they get to watch the replay. Ah, I see. That's how you do it. You confuse them via the replay. Let's go. As the Immortal does get across the map, does focus on the first Cyclone. Meanwhile, ByuN, he was dropping. Forced back home. Is going to be forced back home. And the lock-on is going to be broken. Nice save. And here it does save. Likewise, pushing forward. Does move in, takes down 11 SCVs. Nice control out of hero. Very nice control. And he's not stopping. Behind this, I believe, is on 3 gates. He is now. Yeah, now getting up to 3 gateways. Hero, he commits. And with this setup, he can get on top of the tank. Remember, there's no stim. No stim. Likewise, no bunker here either. We saw this last game against Creator where he was punished for not having the bunker. Oh no! Oh, the Cyclones do come in. And the Prism, it's going to be shut down. Oh good. Prism barely gets away. Somehow. The Prism gets out. Get out of here. So Prism does race back home. And with that, ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold on. We can now get into a semblance of a standard mid-game, kind of. It's been very chaotic. Very chaotic. I was gonna, like, have reference to the Robo Opener earlier, so talking about how defensive you can be with it, with early Observer, early Immortal production, but here has been hyper-aggressive instead. Now claiming another expansion. ByuN moves out. Does move out across the map. Yeah, boys are being pulled. 2 base all in here by ByuN. He does send it. And we'll see if he can break hero. As hero does force a siege. It does force the early siege. Every second counts. Hero just buying time for extra warp ins. You got the Prism. Yeah, Prism did go down. Prism was eventually caught. Thankfully not the Immortals. Prism was. Oh. As the Liberator has arrived. ByuN committing in. And the tank's just pulling back the ground army. There's 4 Immortals. 4 Immortals to work with. Marines, they push on forward. Hero, can he break out of this? He's trying to. Yeah, feedback on the medevac. Takes down the first tank. Trying to get on top of the others. The Immortals are exposed. Does get 3 tanks. Yeah, 3 tanks go down, but nice starting here from ByuN. Starts his forward, gets 1, 2, 3 Immortal kills. But he's running out of steam, running out of Marines. Still close. But yeah, he may have lost too much there. Down to 1 tank. 1 tank left. Remember, the Marines, they aren't really the damage dealer. It's the tanks. The tank and the Liberator. GG gets called. He's out of tanks. And with that, hero will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, hero. He will survive the aggression. He will defend against the all-in. Again, ByuN, a very chaotic series overall here, with the initial proxy marauder by ByuN, and with things looking really good for ByuN initially in game 1, and then arguably had again just some rough rough time when it came to like prioritizing targets, I would say. Did have a rough execution of said all-in, and here in game 2, likewise, just a really chaotic start, really chaotic with the fake out 2 Raxes, and then ByuN, of course, changing his mind, pulling back. Then we had herO overextending, then herO being aggressive, and that just, it's crazy. it was nonsense, but it was nonsense. GG, well played with that herO. He will make it through the grand finals. ByuN is out of the tournament, and up next, we do have our next set of players. Where exactly are we? Who is up next? Let's go. Wait, did I even have predictions for the last series? I don't think I did. God, you're just so abrupt. Yeah, next time. With that, GG, well played. Cure, he's still waiting for Rogue and Classic. They're still mid-series. They're still, I mean, I guess that series wasn't very long, I guess. it wasn't. So GG, well played with that. We are still waiting for the winner of Classic and Rogue. They're still locked in battle. I mean, hey, it's Classic and Rogue. I can see that being a very long series. Classic is known for going to Sky Toss, going to the late game. Rogue is also known for that style as well. So that is going to be a long one. So we are waiting for that to wrap up, then follow that into Cure, then follow that into herO. That's the plan. But otherwise, we're going to be going in a short break. Otherwise, short break here. Short break before the semifinals. Again, just a really chaotic upper semis, what I will say. But we'll have a break here. We'll then jump into Cure's match next. Whether it's up against Classic or Rogue, still yet to be determined. But we'll be getting into that as soon as we are able. So we'll see you guys soon. It might be a bit of a longer break just because we don't know how long they are in that game. Fun fact. ByuN is watching the replay, by the way, so he might actually see that hallucinated Colossus. He might. No. But regardless, GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be back soon with the lower semis. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals or semifinales of the WardiTV Monday number 38. Ooh, it's been a bit of a shorter broadcast and a bit of a slimmer tournament, but we still have the quality nonetheless. We have the top players facing off here and now to determine who will play off against herO in the grand finals. Let's go. We're jumping into our TVZ, and this morning in the top right hand corner of Leylines we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I do apologize for not having predictions open for herO and ByuN. It just started with a proxy, so I was just distracted. So I do apologize for that, but here we have the predictions for our semi-finals. Let's go. We have our fresh TVZ, and we'll see how they do approach each other here. I mentioned earlier how Classic and Rogue, they were facing over the quarterfinals, and we expected that to be a longer one just because Rogue, he's known for his long game, he's known for his late game, I should say, for his macro play. That's where he thrives in the most, and I will stand by that, especially in this matchup as well. In ZVT, typically his goal is to get into a standard opener, into the mid game, into Lingbane Hydra, rush into Lurkers, slow the game down, and then get into Nidus play. That is where he does his best. We'll see if he can get there though, because that kind of style is a little bit map dependent. It is a little bit better on some of these longer, larger, more defensive maps as well. Ley lines, I'm a little bit less certain of, especially given the recent history of Cure. Like Cure, he has been hyper aggressive. It's been crazy to see the change of Cure as a player over the past month. Coming into GSL season 1, like Cure, he just, I don't know what happened. But Cure, during the qualifiers leading into season 1, and of course into Dallas as well, of course, Cure, he's been hyper aggressive in every single matchup in TVT, TVZ, and TVP, more so than usual. Now, I will say that post Dallas, that has died down a little bit, at least, but still very much so what we're expecting out of Cure. So we'll see if that trend continues here. So far it does dance with the links. So far so good. Behind this, going just for the racks, expand into factory, standard opener out of Cure, likewise Hatchcat's pool out of Rogue, going for his third base as well. Everything so far looking normal. There's no proxies, no cheese, no aggression, not yet. Not yet here. The Reaper is going to be eventually deflected as we do bust into the main. Again, just chipping away at the Lings. Should not really get any damage here. The drones should be safe. They should be okay. Secure. He does want one of those drones. He does get one. Yeah, one drone goes down. A massive vehicle already here from Cure. A nice start. Nice start for the Terran. Behind this, going for a third CC before Starport. Economic follow-up out of our Terran player. Into his 1-1-1. Now, referring to the aggressive nature of Cure and to how he's changed over time, we have seen a lot of ARAXs. We've seen a lot of ARAXs out of Cure in this matchup. We have seen a little more assertive and aggressive play from him, less so macro. That's what I was referring to when it comes to how aggressive he's been as of late. Same with his TVP. Like, his TVP in GSL, he did nothing but all in. Like, unironically, he never had a single standard game, just purely 2-base all in after 2-base all in after 2-base all in after 1-base proxy. Same with DreamHack Dallas as well. Like, Cure, he's an animal. Like, but again, I will say that post DreamHack Dallas, when it comes to the online tournaments, like, he has kind of died down a little bit in terms of that aggression. He has eased it up. I think we saw one standard game the other day, which is crazy, during the EWC qualifiers. As we do see Rogue going there first. I was curious if he was going to open up Roach, and there it is. A Roach Horn has been thrown down, so this is a very safe way to open up. And we did mention earlier here that Rogue, he thrives in the late game, and Roaches are just a really good way to get you there, to open up safely, to secure yourself on 3 and then 4 bases, and to look to max out. Of course, we'll keep an eye on the 4th base of Rogue. We'll see if he drones or not. Otherwise, he could turn this into a more aggressive build. That is still going to be on the table for Rogue. It is going to be on the table. Do have a cloak on the way. Double eBay behind this, getting into 1-1 upgrades, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup, getting up to 5 Raxes. So I mentioned earlier that Cure as of late has been doing nothing but all-ins. Right now we have a 5 Rax setup, that's fine. But so far the trajectory does look like we might throw down another extra pair of Raxes. When I say pair, I mean 3 more. Let's see if we get there. For now, Cure dancing with the army. Banshees do head towards the expansion. They're going to try to force cancel. No detection. Uh-oh. No overseer, no detection. The base taking a lot of hits, but Curie does not risk it. Does pull away. Fast infestation bit. This does make sense. If you recall, we did mention that Rogue, his own playstyle, does typically lead into fast hive. So infestation bit into fast hive. We might make some safety infestors in the process. But that is melee on the way, not range. This means it's looking more and more like Roach into Ultra. So it's looking like a Rogue is headed towards Ultra Tech. There's that Link Bane follow-up, of course, out of Roach Ravager. So the Roach Ravager was just an opener to get into a more melee-based composition. Meanwhile, Cure, he's backing up. So let's back off. There's that Hive on the way, we did mention. Hive in production, and this should be for the Ultra Cavern. Meanwhile, Cure takes his gases, and a second factory he's macroing. He's macroing up, he's not going for an all-in. Factory is going to be denied. Ooh, that's going to be a cancel. Cancel on the factory. Likewise, Cure rotating over. Rotating over towards that northern base. Remember, he's not too committed here, so he's just poking forward. Same time, Rogue trying to catch reinforcements. No Ravagers, so that is going to make this a bit of an awkward defense. But there are those Infestors. Tank goes down, he gets 1, he gets 2. Nice fungal, very nice fungal. And with that, Rogue defends. Rogue, he holds, he does defend, he shuts down the army, and again, this is all just about defensive play initially, just to defend these bases, just to secure ourselves. Hive is now done. Show us that Ultra Cavern. There it is. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Again, once we saw the infestation bit, once we saw +1, it all led into Ultras. And this is a style that Shin was making use of quite a lot during Dreamhack. If you recall, this is how Shin defeated Clem. As Shin was pretty heavily reliant on this style. Rokeel's watching Shin back, yeah. As behind this, Curie is expanding, getting his own 4th. Again, Curie's back to his old self. He's playing standard, which is what Rogue wants. Rogue, he wants to be up against a more standard player. That's where Rogue can thrive. Ultra upgrades are on the way. Rogue, he needs a little bit more time for the Ultra upgrades to really kick in, and then he can overwhelm. The real power here of the Ultras, because this is all so fast and all happening so quickly, the Terran player typically, as long as they don't scout, they won't have Ghosts. They won't have Ghosts, they won't have Liberators. Right now, Cure doesn't really have the best setup here against an Ultra-based army. He does have some tanks, which will help at least somewhat, but you can see how heavily Marine-focused he is. Like, it's pure Marine. No Marauders. Ghost Academy just now has begun. Scans does see at least some of the army. As Rogue is pulling away. Sitting in. Gets a queen. Rogue at the same time going for a Link Bane run by, and he does catch some reinforcements. And gets into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Banelings, they do connect into there. They do get in. The SCVs are going to be falling. 11 and 12 SCV kills. 12 SCVs. Meanwhile, Cure, he raced back home. And Cure, has he noticed the tech yet? I mean, upon seeing the... There we go, now he knows. Now he does see the Ultras. Ghost production is yet to begin. 3-3s on the horizon here for Cure. And we have how many ultras so far? Just one. Okay, just one ultra. Rogue is not quite where he needs to be. Fungal does connect. Chain Fungal as well. Cure is pushing in. Getting caught out by the Fungals. At the same time, nothing run by. Oh, but the last doesn't quite get the surround he's looking for. Yeah, not worth it. Run by, not as worth it here for Rogue. As the ultras are trying to collapse in, does take down one of the tanks. Gets one, gets two, nice Fungal. The tanks are going down. And can he get all of them? Barely not. Yeah, barely not enough. Reinforcements have arrived, and with that Cure, he can keep pushing, he can keep going. Gets the expansion. Rogue just barely didn't have enough. And now Rogue is in trouble. He's got 5 ultras on the way, but he needs more time. Does need some time to build up. Cure rotates. Takes down the expansion, does rotate around. Rogue is on 5 bases. For now. And Cure wants that northern base. Ghost production underway. He's getting to his ghost. He's getting there. Likewise, we have 7 ultras now for Rogue. That's a lot of ultras. That is a lot, actually. If this all comes together here, not so certain that Secure can hold. Now, going for an ultra run by. Does hit the southern base. Rogue does go for the planetary. At the same time, collapsing on the main army. Oof. Yeah, late reaction by Cure. And he will bleed out so many Marines. It does take some massive swipes to the face. The army crumbles. The base goes down as well. Cure doesn't lose many SCVs at least. He does preserve his worker count, but the army plummets. As that was 5 tanks going down for 1 ultra. For the base, does get the hatchery. Hatchery goes down. I mean, Rogue, he's starting in his own way, where on the one hand, Rogue, he is able to take that army supply lead. He does get the better fight. At the same time, he's stuck on 4 bases. He needs a fit. He's double expanding. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but there is like a little bit of stuttering happening in game. So I'm probably going to change my VPN server. It's not as smooth as it should be. I do apologize. I will try to do that in time for game number 2. Things they do get into the middle line. 4 SCVs going down. And Rogue is going to his night display. Spire is now done as well. No greater Spire yet. Just getting to +1. And Rogue, he was able to take the fight earlier, but wasn't quite able to capitalize from there. Again, he was just focusing on re-expanding, resaturating. Bases are back up. Likewise, Cure's base is also back up and running. And we have a game. Let's see Cure getting ready for a mech transition. More factories are on the way. It's gonna be 3 more factories in production. Ideally, when it comes to the late game, you do want Mech Ghost. Like, that is the ideal. Like, Tank, Thor, Liberator, Ghost. Assuming we're up against, like, Broodlord Infestor. Not there yet. Fury's getting ready. Just walling up. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna let's go. Once again, we're slowly building up that Overseer count. Overseers are building up. I think there's only one Nidus. No, two. My apologies. Two Nidus worms. The purpose of two, of course, is you can get if there's something to focus on one of the Niduses and the other gets up and running. So there's a higher chance of pulling off the Nidus with a second worm. Overseer towards the natural, likewise overlooking on the south side as well. So we're cutting the map in half. We're spreading all the creep. Creep is spreading. Center tower is being thrown down. We do have changelings. You can see he's ready for the Nidus in the main. Speaking of, Nidus is in the main, and he's ready. I mean, again, he was ready for it. And he should deny both. Again, Rogue has a reputation, and clearly is aware of it as well. 15 more over, Jesus Christ. 15 more Overseers on the way. Going into Mass Overseer. Let's go. Again, the purpose of the Mass Overseer is for a mass changeling, but also to obscure the ground army. Unironically, when it comes to, as we do have another Nidus, but just get spotted. But unironically, when it comes to snipes, when it comes to the main engagements that do occur, because the Overseers ideally cover the army like this, they kind of shroud them underneath them, and because of the way how Ghosts work, they have to manually click on said units, and there's a higher chance of like misclicking or not being able to target the ultras or what you really want. Where it does rotate. Let's get nice into the main. Changelings that make their way in. And Rogi does commit. He does go for it. Snipes on the ultras. Ultras are going to be going down. Overseers are a little bit too late. So far, nice splits, but the planetary does fall. Oh, nice fungal though. Yeah, fungal does connect. Oh, catching up 3, 4, 5 goes. Very nice fungal. So it does pull back. At the same time, Nidus into the main. Snipes start popping up. See that one of the Overseers did tank a snipe. Ultra got away. And that was good damage, sniping the expansion. We'll see if we can do that again. And if we can keep doing that. So we go Nidus into the natural. Not going to beat Rogue in the late game. Oh, well, this is where he's at his best, I would say. Like, Rogue, he's at his best in the late game. We have seen players like Clem and players like ByuN defeat him in the late game, but also lose to them in the late game. So, like, often do trade. Again, we'll see if Kira can be one of them as well. Still keeping up with the 9 storms. Again, Kiri's intentionally leaving supply in his main and at his natural to defend against this sort of stuff. Nidus, once again, Thor responds. Nidus runs are being denied. And even though so far Kira is keeping up, the scary thing about this is that all it takes is one. So the Nidus swarms, they should be continuing, and all it takes is one Nidus to get up, and then everything can go south. we go. This one's once again. Ultra's moving in. Wants a planetary. He gets it. Planetary is going to get picked up. Nicely done. Did cost Rogue 1 Ultra. Meanwhile, Nidusworms are finishing, actually. We spoke about this. All it takes is one. Nidusworm into the main as well. Lings and Ultras are flooding in. There's not much at home to defend. Yeah, Curie's out in the open, or he's out on the map. Ultras are getting trapped here on some Sim City. Another Nidus into the main as well. And Rogue does collapse in. Nice fungal, catching out the Ghost. Curie, his attention getting pulled apart. Another tank falls. And you can just go back in and then unload into the main. And speaking of, this does feel a little bit late though. Yeah. A little bit too late. But now he does have some Zerglings inside those Nidusworms. Despite that good damage. Meanwhile, Cure trying to secure himself once again. They flood in. Bailey's pushing forward. Trading against mainly Hellbats. Going for the planetary though. And once again, another planetary falls. Takes down another planetary. Sorry, two planetaries even. Oh. Yeah, two planetaries go down. Nidusworms are continuing. Kira struggling economically. It's nice. Does get up at the third. Rogue not making use of it. Oh, going into Swarm Host. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's a good way to deal with this tank line. Swarm Host coming in. Does get two tanks so far. And goes for the Ghost. Oh my god. Doesn't quite hit them. Yeah, not quite. Three tanks is still solid. Likewise going for the Liberators as well. It does trade. Expensive losses here for Rogue. Now, what's a little bit scary here about what we just saw is that Rogue, he lost a bunch of Corruptors. He doesn't really have much of a bank. Both players are kind of struggling in that respect. They both have a mineral bank, that is true. So Rogue, he can keep making Zerglings, no problem. But the gas bank is quite limited here for Rogue, at least currently. That's one tank. That's two. Takes on two tanks. Frame rate kind of odd. It's not necessarily the frame rate. It's just in game. There's just like some stuttering going on. Like, I already said this, but after this game, I will be trying to change the node on the VPN. So you can see here the frame drops. It's just latency. It's latency, unfortunately. So we'll try to fix that after the game. As we do have that dive here on the tank once again, getting two more tanks, getting three tanks, four even. As again, you can see we need those gases. We're trying to claim them, as gas mining is still a little bit lackluster here. More Lurkers coming in. This is still value here for Rogue. Trading very efficiently, picking off some Hellbats, some Marauders. Bailey's rolling in as well. Oh my god. Not the best use of his gas. Gets the tank. Oh, Nidusworms, they continue. Oh, the Changeling wall. Do appreciate it. But Curious gaining ground. He's gaining ground. We saw earlier that again, not the base use of banelings, the base will fall. Gases are being denied. Curie does scan top left, and he wants it. He's rotating over towards top left. Soldiers, they move in on the right hand side, they take down a planetary. For a base as well though, so trading a base for a base. You can see Rogue, he still has no gas, by the way. He has so little gas. That may kill him. He's making Ducklings against Hellbats. So we're waiting for another Nidus. This time it does finish. And Nidus does complete. Oh, well, never mind. But there are plenty of ghosts. Plenty of ghosts. Security defense. That does also mean there are no ghosts to deal with the ultras on the front lines. Spoke too soon. Plenty of them. 36 drones going down. Rogue, he will no longer have a bank to build up here. He's down to 28 workers. So for the time being, what you see is what you get. In terms of that bank. Curious taking a fresh expansion. Taking top left. So moving in. Ooh, forcing friendly fire. One volley went off. He's maxing out. He's heavily reliant on these swarm hosts. He's got how many? He's got 21 swarm hosts and 9 ultras. Another expansion is going down. Rookie needs bottom right. Diving on the tanks. Didn't want getting two. Tanks going down. Again, I've been hyping a little on Rogue's gas, but really, I mean, Curious also hurting for gas as well. As he has a fresh geyser here, but he has to prioritize that one mineral patch. Here, por favor. Open up the patch. It's a high yield gas geyser pack. You're missing out. Nice cleanup. But for those securities, you can't actually create an assimilator on this gas geyser until you mine that patch. It's right next to it. It's a prerequisite for gaining that base. Cure. There we go, kind of. Tells Mule. Curious, almost mined. Almost. Oh, let's go. He can get the gas. Security doesn't lose anything. Just takes on the Lucas wave. From here, rotating over, he will get within range of this base, which is going to be crucial. Yeah, no mining. So nice rotation here by kyO. And again, the goal here for kyO should just be to rotate and deny these fringe bases. So he's denying top left, he should be denying the center base and bottom right as well. Runs in some banelings. But pushing into the bases, that's going to be difficult. That's going to be almost impossible without herO making a big mistake. But what he can do is take down the expansions. There we go, one tank, gets one tank. At the same time, herO pushing top left, but last is going to be shut down. Planetary does hold, center base goes down. Moving in. Oh, takes down one of the ultras. Takes down one of the ultras, there's two ultras left. Show us their snipes. They do pop off. Not quite. But a better fight for kyO. And there he pulls away. kyO needs to deny bottom right though. That expansion. Rotating towards the center. I mean, there's a lot of bases he has to deny. So he rotates to the center base to deny this. But he will abandon his tanks. Yeah, two tanks, they go down for free. Going for those northern bases. Does go for planetary. Planetary gets surrounded and will go down. Nicely done. So does that center expansion. But in kyO, what matters most here is that Rogue is still mining. At least for now. kyO's moving in. He wants the expansion. And he should get it. Locust Wave still needs more time. Ultra's moving in. Snipes, they don't quite connect, they get one. And they just get the one ultra. Still a very close fight here. The final ultra does fall. Here comes that Locust Wave. I guess spent early. Gets spent early. Getting a second tank. Just barely. That was two tank kills, and more importantly, Rogi saves the base. He barely saves the expansion. It's still mining. And we just morphed in a wave of Broodlords. Broodlords have arrived. So Broodlord Swarmhost. that's the army. Like Rogue, he might not have gas, but he doesn't need it. He's got 3 units back. Let's go. He's got the Broodlings and the Locusts. Let's go. Yeah, Broodlings thrown away. Locust Wave as well. kyO, he just doesn't really have the army to deal with this, not yet. He has to bring everything together. They're Vikings. Viking production just now begins. Ling Ramai, ooh, does get in as well. Yeah, this time there's no planetary. 17 SCVs. He gets this around. Oh, there goes. Oh my god. Guess what? Gets 2, 3, 4. 4 ghosts go down. Brutal losses for just Zerglings. Rogue, he is running out of his middle. I mean, both players are burning through their resources. But I have to of course respect this kind of army, right? The free army, the Stormhost and the Broodlords. So getting value, denying more bases. Again, kyO failed to rig this expansion, I think, twice now. Now it's pushing into Broodlords. Does it pull away? This is not Broodlord Infestor, it's Broodlord Swarmhost, so there's a little bit less potential with this army. That one Viking going ham. Base goes down. So because it's no infestors, it means that snipes are a bigger issue. There we go, Ling Bane rolling on forward, crashing into the tanks. Tank line is going down. But the Vikings, they're pushing in. But they're trying to at least. Yo, shout to the Overseer is tanking quite a lot. But there we go, GG gets called. He gets on top of the Broodlords. There is a zero answer to the Vikings, and with that cure, he breaks on through and he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, no corruptors, or I should say there was no gas to make any corruptors, so alas, no answer there. The Broodlords were called out, local save ran out. GG. Cure takes game 1. Oh, and one moment, I need to do something. Cure, he does take game number 1. I did just turn off my VPN. Hopefully that fixes the latency issues that were happening there. Let's see. This is either going to go well or go poorly. It's going to be one or the other. Oh boy. But here we go. We're going to be getting into game number 2. Going to be getting into Persephone. Let's go. I think infestors are required to play late game. They are, in a sense. Basically, what infestors provide is support for the army. So in that kind of situation, they provide support when it comes to Vikings diving in, to fungal the Vikings, to zone them back. Same with ghosts as well. Infestors, they're designed to protect your broodlords. They're not designed to push into tank lines. I saw someone talking about they don't do anything against ghost tank. That's not true. But they're not designed to push into that kind of army. They're designed to stop that army from pushing into you. Sort of thing. They're more of like a deterrent, which forces the game to be even slower. Like that's where like that slower game state kind of like comes into play, as I'm sure you're well aware. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player, with the blue Terran himself, the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Of course, you can also be more proactive with infestors, with borrowed infestors. Players like Cyril and Dark show that off a little bit better when it comes to like being active with them, trying to catch out an army that's maybe overextending or being active on the map to set up for a better fight. That's typically with a bit of a more active Zerg army, like with Ultras. But GG, well played. It's kind of better, kind of. I don't know if you can see. We'll be okay. I'll connect to a different node later. Basically, every now and then there's like a stutter. You can see it. It's like every maybe like 30 seconds. It'll be okay. Regardless, hatch gas full, standard opening here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, racks expand by Cure. But the Korean server isn't the most stable server, unfortunately. Especially from Australia. So usually we have to rely on VPNs. When I say we, I mean like, I guess like people from Australia, so like Pig or myself or others connecting to Korea. To get a smoother experience. But overall, I think overall this looks better than before. Overall looks better. So now, calming down. we go. But yeah, that was again a really chaotic game state towards the end. Like both players were broke. that was what was crazy about last game, is that both players were broke and they were both fighting over, of course, Rogue's only mining base. So for Rogue to lose it, I mean that's game. As he could not maintain any other expansion. Just couldn't hold on to them. Could not hold on. But now though, third CC, going into the third CC. Before starports. So economic follow-up, Intercloak Banshee. This is just a standard opener. This can lead into another standard game like we saw previously, or we could be more aggressive with this. So we'll keep an eye on the third base, and we'll keep an eye on the gas saturation. Likewise, last game, Rogue did open Roach, if you recall. Did go for a Roach base opener into Roaches. Then that was more of like a stepping stone to go into Ling Bane. We expect that on smaller maps. I would expect that here on Persephone as well, but we'll see. We'll see if he plays Roaches again. Queens are keeping up. As Rogue is going Lair first. So Lair first once again. And I believe this was the timing where we would see tech here for our Zerg player. So waiting for our tech. Cloak, of course, on the way. Initial Banshee is deflected. No shot we're waiting for the lair. No shot. If we're waiting this long, are we going Spire? I mean, short rushes and Spire Air, I suppose. Gases, yeah, gases are being taken. We're going into mutas. Okay. I was like waiting. I was like, we should be seeing either a Baliness or a Roach one by now. It's like, nope, never mind. So there's the Believer Chamber walling up. All 6 gases have been taken, and we should be seeing our tech of choice. Where's it going to be? Ooh, not a Spire, rushing into Infestation Pit. That's a very fast Infestation Pit. Okay. You have my attention. This isn't... We're not rushing into Swarm Host, are we? Right? Are we? I mean, last game, if you remember, it was Roaches into Ling Bane into Ultras. That was last game. But this is not the same build. Like, last game was a later Infestation Pit. This is really early. Banshees poke in, they get a drone. Show us what you got. Are you rushing into Hive? Are you rushing into Swarm Host? We saw range for a moment. Cancels, going into range. Sorry, going into melee. So melee, Overlord speed, yep. That is a 630 Hive. Like, fast Hives are at 7 minutes. This is at 630. Like, this is insanely fast. Okay. So 630 Hive timing. And this should now be for Ultra Tech. Now, can he survive that long? This is the question. Because everything else is delayed. Upgrades are delayed, Roach Horn's delayed, Roach Speed is delayed, Curious pushing in. Can Cure punish the greed of Rogue? Can we make it? Cure's moving in. Rogue, this is the army right now. We have 10 Roaches on the way. Queens are trying to hold their own. Curie's going in for the kill. Curie, he's like, where's your army? What's it? He's like, what's going on? It's still in production, Pappy. It's still coming out. Oh, is it gonna be in time? Just barely. The Roaches, they come out just in time. Whew. Not the cleanest hold, but we hold. Okay. Okay. Hive finishes. Ooh, not an Ultra Cavern. Okay, wait. Okay, Baliness. That's fine. For a moment there, if you saw, there was a Hydrogen on the way, but it did cancel. Cure, he's rotating. Still traded well for himself. Vipers are on the way. We're still expecting that Ultra Cavern. For now, going into Vipers. Queen goes down. Nice catch. Rogue, he got away with it. Okay, there's that Ultra Cavern. We did delay a little bit. Basically, Rogue, he was a little bit scared that he would just die, so he goes Viper first, then into Ultras. So this isn't as early as it could have been, but early nonetheless. Like, this is still fast Ultras, like, very fast. This time he's going to have some Spellcaster support. Let's go. And again, so far, he's getting away with it. It was close when it came to the earlier push. And I mean, it's still terrifying. Curious pushing in. Behind this, Curious getting 3 more Raxes, but a 4th CC. So this is not a 3-way solo. This is not an 8 Rax. Bathing's being denied. Remember, there's no bathing speed. The slow Banes. Yeah, the base has to be evacuated. There's no saving this. Like, again, like, because of the insanely fast tech, Rogue is vulnerable right now. Can he get away with it? Kira, he's rallying. He's just rallying across the map. Clears up all the creep. Consolidating his forces. Ultras are on the way. Now, because these Ultras are so fast, no Kindness plating. Like the upgrades are limited. These are going to be 1-1 Ultras, no upgrades, like no Kindness plating, no Ultra speed. Not yet. So we're still getting there to that final form. Ooh, meanwhile, Cure dropping into the main. Blue Marmite gets shut down. There's a spawn position. Cure doesn't care. Can he snipe the Ultra Cavern? No shot. He will. He will snipe the Ultra Cavern. We worked so hard for it. And the spawning pool as well. Brutal pickoffs. Here come the power bombs. Ooh, and we don't split the Medivacs. Oh my god, the Medivacs, everything goes down. That was an expensive trade here. Did get the spawning pool, did get the Ultra Cavern, but lost everything. Did lose the entirety of that drop. At the same time, ooh, the Ultras, they get some massive swipes off. Yeah, Curie does take it to the face. Abandons some of the tanks as well. Some messy engagements here out of Cure. Messy here in the main, likewise Messy on the right-hand side as well. Cure slipping up. But it does look like these 2 Ultras are the, sorry, 3 Ultras are the only Ultras we're going to get, because Rogue will switch into Hydra production. Into Lurker. So this is, again, this is a little bit messy when it comes to a setup. There's a lot going on here. One, the Banshee's doing damage. Cure, he has some time to breathe. He has some time to build himself back up. I say it's messy just because the initial plan was to rush into Ultras to invest into melee upgrades, but now we're hard switching out into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. But because of that, because we started initially planning to go Ultras, we have +2 melee, we have late +1 range. It's a chaotic setup here from Berg. He's getting there, but yeah, like we're just now working on the Hydra upgrades as well. Like it's gonna take some time to get into the upgrades, to get into the Lurker upgrades as well. Because of that, there is a window. There's a window here where Rogue is I mean, there's been a big window this entire game where Rogue is vulnerable. Cure running his Ultras, so he speeds away. They crash in. Cure pushing on the left hand side, expanding on the right, and Rogue making use of those Ultras to harass. As again, Rogue can't really deal with this. Like he can't really like, as we mentioned, like Rogue's army is very messy right now. Like he can't handle this push. Lurker's now morphing in. I mean, if we let this happen, then Rogue he can hold. Like if Cure kept stimming, if he kept pushing, I think he breaks this location. But he backs off. He's playing it safe, which means Lurkers, they will finish. Okay, Rogue is holding on. Lurker range on the way. If Rogue can stabilize, I'm going to be very impressed. Like, he's getting there. Lings, oh, Ravager's gonna get thrown away. Lings, they run into the army. We're up to how many? We're up to 6 lurkers, getting up to 11. Okay. 11 lurkers, upgrades are about to finish. He's now having a more formidable army to work with. He will miss this rotation though. Oh, the might shots. Boom, brutal connections. The League Main is going to be shut down, but the lurkers, they get in position in time. And herO, he holds, he shuts us down once again. The power bombs. Oh god. He sends in the power bombs. Matter of fact, they barely get away. And herO, he's holding on. He's defending, building up more lurkers. He had 11, now he's getting up to 17. 17 lurkers. And now this is an army. And kyr behind this again, he took some really rough fights earlier. His own economy was a little bit lackluster. He needs a lot of time to rebuild actually. You can see he's switching into mass factory. He's walling up. Like, he's changing his approach at this point. The reason why his supply is stagnant at the moment is because he's trying to leave supply for his factory production. So it's just waiting for those factories. Lurkers are spotted. At least I believe he's trying to leave supply of his factories. I would hope that he would start spending his money soon. There we go, going to Master Liberator. Snipe zone away. Leonidas, keeping kyr busy. He's just getting all the upgrades. So frames, high-tech auto tracking. Ooh, lurkers, they pop out. Once again, kyr, what's going on? So Chris is heading away. So now we're getting back into tank production. And again, herO, now he has map control. Like, for the past couple of minutes here, he's now gained map control. He's gotten away with, like, it was a very chaotic and very shaky start for herO, I will say that. And he was vulnerable for quite some time, but now he's gotten out of it. Okay, he's got his 17 lurkers. Punishing mineral lines. Once he has high ground vision. herO looking good. I mean, with kyr, he's getting to his own mass lib. Again, from here, we should be going Liberator, Tank, Ghost. That should be the composition of choice. There we go. Tank production has begun. He's got 15 Ghosts so far. Again, you don't want to overmake them. Like, you do want some support for your army. And we're just waiting for kyr to kind of get a handle on himself before he can start moving out. Meanwhile, 17 Overlords. We do see once again herO going to Mass Overseer. And at least currently, it's a very different dynamic than last game. Last game, it was kyr with map control, and kyr was the one rotating and knocking down bases. Because kyr has been a little bit late to getting into his own late game, it's been herO instead. That will soon change. Nice snipe set of kyr. kyr takes top right. The map is being cut in half. The one base that herO is missing is the gold. Like right now, herO, he has map control. He's keeping kyr contained. He should be rushing to this gold as quickly as possible to mine as quickly as possible. So then when he loses this, like, he gets the most out of it. Ideally. So that's the one slip up here, is the lack of gold. Considering that he's been containing kyr. That's dangerous because now suddenly this could become a Terran base. Like once Cure breaks out. So yeah, now Rogue is going for it, but again, I feel like this could have been a little bit earlier. Like maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago. I'm concerned because if you notice, like now suddenly the Lurkers and the Night Storms are doing less damage. Like Cure now has a more refined composition. And which means he's soon gonna break out. He's soon gonna push. Meanwhile, caught unsieged. Yeah, it does get caught. Massive blinding clouds. Tanks they were stacked. And Rogue will take this fight. We'll try to chase. Doesn't quite get the ghost. Yeah, Curio's caught this pants down. Yeah, that was the exact moment that Rogue had to strike. Just as the army was unsieged. Whew, and that means, for now, this gold base is safe. The gold is safe. If you recall, like we were just about to start, or I should say, Cure was just about to start pushing, just about to start being more active, and now not anymore. Like he has to rebuild again. Does scan, does spot the gold, which means it's time to throw down the wall of turrets. It's time to, it's time to wall up. Time to wall up. Move in, takes down one of the tanks. Roki's breaking out. Now the gold base is saturated somewhat, but this is again only recent saturation, so there's still a lot of resources here. And again, I do feel like this was late. And Cure is here to punish. Rogue Luna collapse in. Lattice across the map. Rogue's going for it. At last, Cure, he's spread thin. Bailey's rolling forward. They head towards the mineral line and up. Oh, they didn't quite make it. Yeah, they do not make it. With that Cure he holds, which means this base should go down at the same time, though, trading a base for a base. That is the finish. Cure gets the gold, but he will lose the planetary. Oh, never mind. Okay. Cure saves it. The liberation is a bit too good. That is into the natural. We can see Rogue setting up a Broodlord tech to get into Broodlord Infestor. Oof. Go away in time. This is where I'm a little bit concerned for Rogue. As I'm sure you're aware, when it comes to ZVT, ideally the Rogue player wants to be up in expansion, and right now he's not. Remember, because this base was late, Rogue, he never really took advantage of this position. Likewise, Cure still has another expansion here, a fresh base that he can take advantage of as well. Oh, but here comes Rogue. Comes right behind. Bailey's a crash into mainly a Thor. A lot of Baileys go down, and we still have the Ghost left over. So far, the Lurkers are protected. Say that here comes that freedom, here comes liberation. Nice abductions. But there are just so many liberators. And Rogue, he cannot push through, has to pull away. That is into the main. Cure, he's racing over. He's racing back over as we speak. Likewise, Nidus towards right hand side. Within range of the planetary. This one will finish. Cure, he's late to respond. Does he have the scan? He does. Does have the scan. Ooh, does punish. And now Rogue's in danger here. Now Cure has the gold, and this should not have happened this quickly. So there's a lot of pressure on Rogue to break this. He's going for it. He has to. He's pushing in. He has mainly Hydra. Pushing into tank lines is not going to go well for him. Yeah, it's almost a purely Hydra army. Lurkers, they try to hold the line. There's like 3 lurkers. Hydra, they step in. And hey, no tanks in position. And Fury's racing over. And the planetary is going to go down. Yeah, Fury was late to reposition. Hydra's a lunge in. Gets a ghost. Gets 1, gets 2. Rogue, he's pushing through. Tanks unsieged. He can do this. He can break through. They're stacked up. Tanks getting caught out. Oh my god. And Rogue, he barely doesn't have enough. But that was still a better trade for Rogue. He still reset all the tanks, and he got the base. Got the base, got 18 SCVs. Did pull it off. Again, Curie just wasn't set up. There were what, six tanks caught unsieged. See Rogue fighting for that gold. Link main is amassing. And once again, lunging forward. Once again, Curie not quite in position. There's nice snipes. Oh my god. We get some decent snipes, but last is just not enough support, not enough tanks. Yeah, not enough tanks or liberators. Cure, he just barely was not ready. Hydra's a lunge in. Oh. Cure does force a Rogue back. Still very close. Rogue still has a bank. He has a bank. He's still building up, going for the CC. So Rogue, he's down to 2 Vipers. 2 Vipers, he doesn't really have any Lurkers, only 3. It's mainly Ling Bane Hydra as the army. And this can trade well out in the open. As we've seen, like time and time again, he just keeps catching Cure as Cure is reinforcing. Like as Cure is not properly set up. But now Cure is walling. Now he's walling up. But Rogue is max. Now Rogue doesn't know how little Cure has to work with right now. Otherwise now would be the time to strike. Rogue taking it slow. Fighting for that gold. Moving in. Oh, the drones! Oh, as Curie does break through. Thankfully, there's some lurkers. Now lurkers in position. Likewise, we just see Rogue just diving in. Breaks through the main army. Bailings, they do find some good connections on the ghosts. And not enough tanks. Yeah, not enough tanks. Hydras, they're pushing through. The mass Hydra, he does it! He breaks the defensive line. And Curie just cannot build up his tank counts. The gold base now getting back up and running, now in favor of Rogue. They've been fighting back and forth with this. Rogue, he controls it now. And Cure, he still has an economy, but he will need at least a hand side. He needs at least that base. It's just so far out in the open. it's just so isolated. So difficult to defend, I mean. Spores are on the way. Oof. Once again, the Cure, he just runs into lurkers. And Rogue, I think he has done it. See, we're not complicating things. No Brood Lords, no Lurkers, no Ultras, just sheer Lingbane Hydra. Oh. He's tempted. Leads with the Vipers. There we go, does commit in. Once again, just collapsing into those tanks. Once again, 3 tanks on siege. Nice fight in clouds. And it looks like he will break through and takes down all the tanks, chasing down the ghost as well. They try to split. Some of them do survive. Hold out everything else. Azurki cleaned up all the tanks. Cure, he's trying to go for that left-hand base. Does need it, but he just barely has an army anymore. It's too late to claim this, I feel. Like at this kind of game state, it's going to be so difficult to defend. In doing so, that means he just gives up on the gold. Like the gold base now in favor of Rogue. Setting up. I mean, how many Zerglings have died? 686 Zerglings. Let's go. That's a lot of Zerglings. Unfortunately, I don't think we can afford many more. We're building back up. Once again, limited SimCity here. Yeah, Bergie just collapses in. Goes to the Blinding Clouds. And with that, he will break through the siege line once again. Takes down 2, 3, 4. Takes down almost every tank. There's still a bio army left over. Shout out to those 3 lurkers. They've been there for a while. Yeah, he does it. He has done it. Takes down all the Marines. Takes down the final Liberator as well. Oof. And that's remaining army. 1 tank and 3 goes. Ooh, down to 2. Reinforcements trickling in. Cure. Can he hold on? Can he save the base? Can he hold? Oh my god. Does pull the boys. Takes out all the lings. 1 lurker left. No shot. Cure. He's holding. He saves the base. Barely loses any SCVs. Again, it's just such a low economic game state here. So basically, this is the only real mining base for Rogue, but it's mining out. The gold, I mean, he has bottom left, also mining out. And Cure has a fresh mining base. It's completely untouched. Meanwhile, 4 lurkers so far. Getting to 6. 6 lurkers. Rogue, he's running out of gas. He never took the gases here on the right-hand side, by the way. Never took those gases. Oh, does duck. Doesn't quite get any of the ghosts. These abductions not quite worth it. Oh, with the pickup. Oh my god. I didn't know you could do that. He denies the abduction. Let's go. Este Cure. With our Vipers out of energy. Rogue down to 5 lurkers. 4 Vipers. The Overseers are stacked. Slowly building up that lurker count. Oh, nice deductions. You're going for the nuke. Going for the nuke of the army. Does he notice? Okay, he does. Does notice. Jesus. Whew. Thank God. Meanwhile, throughout all this, one drop, 15 drone kills. Remember we spoke about that one mining base? It's now gone. Yeah, rogue out of position. The base goes down. No more mining. This is it. He's down to 2 patches. 2 patches left. He has another. Oh, he has like 100 minerals. No. 120 minerals here. Nothing here. There's still some patches here and there. A couple of patches scattered around. But again, fresh base. That's what's important. Fresh base for Cure. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Cure. Tank bullet going up. Oh, do we have a scan? Little abductions. There's the scan. Scan on the lurkers. Snipes holding up. Oof. Brutal pickups. Getting 1, 2, 3. Getting up to 4 lurkers. Again, there aren't that many. It's running out of money. Again, there's like maybe like 200 minerals left over, at most. Otherwise, Curie's got this. Again, he saved this base for the end of the game, and it worked. Curie just going for some fringe bases. I mean, they don't really matter too much. Not the most important. True, there are these patch. This one patch here as well. There's 10 minerals. Like every little bit counts. As long as this is mining. Okay, as long as this is mining. Mining as much as he can. Again, brutal snipes. Curie's army is just getting larger. But the long distance mining, let's go. He actually has an economy. Somewhat. The best economy. But something. He can produce like a couple of units. As here we go, he commits. Yeah, there's a scan. Likewise, breaks through the lurker line. There's the second scan as well. And with that Cure, he has done it. He breaks through that. Oh, guys, say that. Oh my god, the lurker shots. Still quite close, but GG gets called. Yeah, he has too much. He has mining. He has an economy. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take the series 2-0. Whew, he will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Hi, GG, well played. Congratulations here, Cure. He will take a very, very intense game 2 here. Could have gone either way for quite some time. There was just so much fighting for the goal base as well. There were some rough moments for Cure, I would say. Rogue had some very fortunate moments towards the end where he was able to catch the army unsieged multiple times when it came to those big main fights. But I'm just impressed that Rogue made it to the late game, considering how chaotic the beginning was. Remember, Rogue, he went for a, was it a 630 hive? He went for a 630 hive, rushing into ultras. And then the Ultra Cavern got sniped. And the spawning pool got sniped. And then he had to like switch into like Hydra Lurker. It was like an awkward switch. He almost died like multiple times before that. He honestly could have died before that if Cure was a little bit more assertive. Like he didn't know just how vulnerable Rogue was for like the first 10 minutes of that game. Like it was a shaky first 10 minutes. But then he got into his lurkers and then he was able to gain map control. We had more of a back and forth. He stabilized. I will say that it did take quite some time to actually take advantage of some of those bases, unfortunately for Rogue, but he took some really good fights, and then we had our back and forth. GG, well played, very, very intense. Whew. And with that, congratulations, Cure. He will claim the series, and we are making our way to the grand final. It's going to be a best of 5 between Cure and herO. It is going to be a GSL Final Season 1 rematch with herO and Cure facing off once again in the finals. Let's go. That was crazy. GG, well played. Gotcha. Cure played really well. He did. Cure, he did a really good job, like, persisting, of course, finding damage where he could, 100%. I was a little bit concerned that he was a little bit late to claim his base on left-hand side, but I do think that was probably probably the best moment for it, outside of taking it earlier, just because my concern was in taking that base, he shifted the entire focus of his army over towards the left-hand side, which means he could no longer punish the gold. But the gold was already mining out, so it didn't really matter as much. Like contesting the gold base wasn't that important anymore by the time Cure was taking the base on the left-hand side, so it was fine. It was fine for him to alleviate that pressure and to send it over instead. And GG. GG, well played. Here we go. As videos are underway. Alright, setting up. Videos are done. Videos are done. We have our setup here. Game 1 is giving me on ley lines. Game 2 on tokamak. What did we veto? Ultra Love, Pylon. Some videos are in Korean. Is that Last Fantasy? Incorporeal. Torches. Last Fantasy made it through? Okay. Let's go. We might get a game on Last Fantasy. So videos Ultra Love, Pylon, Incorporeal, and Torches. Okay. I think it's gonna be for game 5 though. Oh no. We'll see. Give Last Fantasy. Cure doesn't need a breather. Nah, he wants some more StarCraft. And yeah, okay, so the map order: Game 1, Ley Lines; Game 2, Tokamak; Game 3, Persephone; Game 4, Maganatha; and Game 5, Last Fantasy. So I'm hoping for an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, give us an ace match. Give us Last Fantasy. Let's go. All the way. Hello, Kashimaro. Share my papi, share my. As we are jumping right in. Yeah, no break. Fun fact, I was ready to just cut to a break, by the way. I was more than willing to, but no. Oh, no, okay, they're asking for one. Never mind. So we're going to be going on a short break. Cure, he's asking for a couple of minutes, which is understandable after the videos are done. So we'll be back soon with the grand final. See you soon in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Grand Finals. We finally made it here. It's been an intense tournament, but welcome to the Grand Finals of the WardiTV Monday number 38. Again, your weekly dose of WardiTV Open StarCraft action. And we have our two finalists. We have here in the top right-hand corner, the South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the reigning GSL champion. It is herO for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, the Season 1 GSL runner-up himself. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. As a reminder, this is a rematch. These two did face off in the finals of GSL not too long ago, actually, just because GSL's been so condensed and just everything's been happening at once. Was like a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, was when they played. And they had a best of 7, and they went the distance, by the way. It was very close, very intense, very aggressive as well. We spoke about it, Cure all in almost every single game. And, I mean, it was working. Like, we spoke about how Cure, he's definitely turned a new leaf as a player, especially over the past month, maybe past 2 months at this point, being hyper aggressive in a lot of matchups. In saying that, though, he did look a lot more tame against Rogue. Did look a lot more tame, at least in the early to mid game. We didn't see the non-stop A-Raxes that we saw previously, or 2-base play or anything like that. So we'll see if he also turns a new leaf here, as hey, Rax expand, not double gas. Okay, economic opener out of Cure. Does open up economically. Meanwhile, herO back at home, going for his own gate. Cyber expand. Standard opener out of herO. Standard openers. Here we go. But yes, can confirm Cure is human, or he's like you know, doing his best to like enter the capture as a robot. As I did ask for a break after that last series. Did need a moment to breathe. Understandable. As we are setting up, Cure getting a safety bunker back at home to make sure that his CC is not delayed, or not delayed too heavily. Speaking of, Reaper does get eyes on the Adept. Adept does shade across the map, Reaper does bust in. And we'll see what he can get done. Does a nice mining time. Couple of boys pulled off the mineral line. Oh god, a big reaction out of herO, and he does not get this around. Oh, this is not worth it. Wardy's confused. God. Don't worry about it. Look, he just really wanted that Reaper, okay? You don't understand. But, yeah, that was not worth it. Smurge, Matty, smurge. As from here, he's going to be chased down. Oh, we'll slip away. And we're going for a Stargate opener. Okay, herO. Opening of Stargate, not Twilight Council. This is a little bit different. This is a bit of a rare sight. Stargate play, I feel like, is reserved for more longer, larger maps, just because you are quite vulnerable to all-in. You're quite vulnerable to aggressive builds early on. So this is a bit of a risky maneuver here, but we'll see if herO can get away with it, as he does open up Phoenixes into a very fast Twilight Council. I mean, fast respective to the Stargate. So Phoenixes into a Stargate, sorry, into a Twilight Council, most likely into Charge. Most likely. You typically don't want to go Phoenix into Blink Stalker just because they both play the same role of denying drops and hunting down and containing your opponents and maintaining map control. This nation does get eyes on the 3-1-1 setup, or the 2-1-1 setup. Likewise, it gets eyes on the Tech Labs on the factory, Tech Lab on the starports. Wouldn't mind drop did race back home, did not quite commit. As the Stargate was seen. Okay. So Curie saw the Stargate opener, so he doesn't move out with the Widow Mines, otherwise he would have just lost everything. Setting up defensively instead. Charge is on the way, as you mentioned. Again, you typically don't go Phoenix plus Blink. It would also be very gas intensive. going to charge. Likewise, here just looking to contain, trying to keep an eye on what is going on. And Curie just chilling back at home. Just taking a more defensive approach here. Oh, you scared me, Smooth Joe. Slow Joe, you scared me. Yeah, everything's looking stable on our end, at least. Looking stable. As now moving out, 5 Phoenixes. 5 Phoenixes so far. Shouldn't get much damage done here, as, again, Cure, he's very well fortified. Say that. No turrets. No turrets in the mineral lines, but plenty of Marines. Ooh, and here, he's gonna get caught out. Does go for the dive, takes on the Raven. Does get the Raven for the cost of 1 Phoenix. Okay, not a bad trade. Again, the Raven's quite a high value target. Just trade 1-to-1. But the Phoenixes are low. Oh my god. Phoenixes are low. And he's playing with fire right now, as he does avoid the Widow Mines. Kira coming in for the surround. Oh my god. As the shots don't go off. Meanwhile, Hero trying to catch out the surround instead. Hero, he surrounds the surround. Zelda coming from behind, collapsing in the army. Stim is not done. And does go for the lift, takes down the Cyclone. Nice save on the Marines. Nice save on whatever he can get. But a very nice bait from Hero. Very nice. So that was 9 Marines going down for 1 Adept, which I believe was killed earlier. So very efficient trade. At the same time, Hero setting up a Zealot run by. Here he pulls away. He backs off, back at home. Storm, we're getting to Storm, getting to High Templar, getting to our splash damage. Cure, he does commit to a move out. Hero, he misses the move out. Does miss it so far. Uh-oh. And it looks like he will barely not get eyes on those reinforcements. And now he's racing on over. Again, late reaction out of Hero. Again, he did miss this. Widow Mines are set. Zell's trying to force some friendly fire. Storms are going to be coming in. Brutal Storm here on those Widow Mines. But where is it? Barely alive. We're out of the storm. Oh my god. Mine just going up. Another mine goes. Another mine does connect. We did have an attempted Zealot run by, but alas, Cure, he did defend back at home. Cure holds. Cure, he holds. He does trade relatively well for himself. Pulls away. There's a lot of storms here, but it's mainly just storm. Kites well. Takes down the Zealots. Cure playing it safe. Does play it safe. He pulls away, his third base getting up and running. Cure, he does have the better economy. Hero, he needs that 4th. So far, Cure doing a great job here when it comes to just getting across the map, getting damage done, holding his own. Here, trying to get some more value out of these Phoenixes. He does get a couple of SCVs. Does get some damage. And behind this, Hero taking out, working towards Colossus. Again, you don't want to be stuck on one form of splash damage. Otherwise, EMPs will just destroy all of what Hero has. So Colossus on the way. Until then, he needs time. Until then, Hero, he is a little bit vulnerable. I mean, that is a lot of High Templar. It's a lot of Storm. But he's just stuck defending until the Colossus pop. At the same time, setting up for another Zealot run by. You're looking solid. You're looking very solid right now. Okay, he's currently got the better economy. Moves out. So this time he gets spotted. This time Hero is aware. Here comes that Zealot run by. And here he's repositioning at least some of his army. Zealots are moving in. They are denied. Where's Storm on the Ghost? The Ghosts are exposed. Yeah, 3 Ghosts going down. Those expensive losses here, getting the 4th Ghost as well. Storm's now coming in. Yeah, Storm's on the main army. Zealots are wreak havoc across the map. SCVs are falling. And here he shuts down this army. Yeah, just a really rough engage out of Cure. Again, the first things that went down in this fight were the 4 Ghosts before they could get any EMPs. Really rough start. Really rough fight. Like Cure, he had what he needed. Oh, speaking of. Better EMPs towards the end. Very nice EMPs. Here comes the Colossus. And the Colossus has made it. Same Colossus on the way as well. Zero does maintain himself behind this, making 2 more Colossus at a time. Get him, boys. I know. Not like this. Este hero. But Cure, he was in his whole position up until that fight. Like, it was just a really rough way to start it, and with that, he will lose map control. He's stuck at home, and now Hero can mass expand, not just getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base as well. As Hero, he has stripped map control away from Cure. Now he's got his 4 Colossus. For those of you that are longer time viewers of StarCraft, you would know that for a very, very long time in this matchup, it was only up to 3 Colossus that you would stop at, just because any more than that would just be overkill. But the meta has shifted over time, especially in the past 6 months, maybe a little bit more than that, ever since like the end of last year, where now it's a little more standard. Now it is meta to go up to 4, just because Terran compositions have changed, and now they're a lot more Marauder heavy, more so than previously. So it's a lot more common to get up to 4 Colossus now instead of 3. A lot more common. Oh. Especially with the change to the NG overcharge and with the prevalence of Storm, like again, just a lot of Marauder heavy compositions. But here we go, does go for the split push. Storm the main army, SCV is going to be going down. At the same time, Curie does defend on the top side though. Yeah, he will shut this down. Here, he has to get out of here, and he will lose the entire army. Close to be falling, but again, here he does win towards the south. Pushing on through. We do have some ways to DPS. The SCVs do survive. Here does have to pull away, but he will get the CC. One more volley. Up. Ooh, does get it. And GG gets called. He breaks the expansion, does break the mineral line, and Hero will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Hero does take a lead in the series. Again, a bit of a back and forth here. Cure, I would say, had a stronger start, but Hero, he was able to take it in the mid game. He was able to take the better fights, able to tear Cure apart, especially towards the end there, just crippling the economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Hero takes the lead, but it's a best of 5. Best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, and again, I do hope that we can make it to the ace match. Last Fantasy is waiting as game 5, a very rare map. I only cast on Last Fantasy once over the week, despite the fact we casted so many games during the EWC qualifiers. I only got to see it once. It was during the Lambo versus Gabe series. Lambo versus Gabe. They did play on Last Fantasy. I think it was game 3. Game 3 was on Last Fantasy. And it only lasted a couple of minutes as well, because Lambo did all in. He went for a Link Queen Jobler all in. It's awful. He went for it. But here we go, we're getting to the next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. Again, Curie did a great job scouting the Phoenixes, great job securing himself on 3 bases, sneaking out across the map, taking some better fights, again in the first half of that game. And we'll see if we can replicate at least the start once again. I'm assuming that herO won't go Stargate again though, like again that's a bit of a rarer opener and rarer build. But we'll see. Like herO, he can be a very diverse player, of course. Very varied. As Curious once again opening up Ranks Expand, but this makes more sense on Tokamak. Welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Likewise, very safe and very defensive on 2, 3, and 4 bases. Because that longer rush distance by ground, and because of all that, we often see longer and later games on Tokamak. As much as I want to say that though, we have seen an uptick when it comes to aggression in TVP over the past month. We've seen a lot more prevalence of all-ins and just more aggressive builds. So later TVP games have been a little bit more rare over the past month. We'll see. We'll see if we can get there. A big reason for that change are, I mean, there's a couple of reasons. One, the meta has shifted in such a way where, especially in the last map pool, we did see a lot of dominance of Protoss players kind of punishing more standard play and just gaining map control and just mass expanding. You saw a little bit of it in that last game where herO, he was getting up to 5 bases against the 3-base setup of Cure. Where you just mass expand, you just go gateway man, and it can be very oppressive to play against. But more importantly as well, on top of all that, is a lot of the maps are a lot more favored towards aggressive builds, referring to Pylon, referring to Torches, referring to Ultra Love, referring to Persephone. They do favor more aggressive builds. Oh, not this map though, as the Reaper does get 2 probes, one here across the map, the other, sorry, one at home, one across the map. Stalker does poke in, does not want to go through. That's such a bait. Okay, does go in. That means he's locked in, by the way. As soon as it goes in, we just lift up the wall. But there's no army. True, there is no army. With that, does recoil away. Thankfully, the Hellion and the Marines were just a little bit too late. That was a good read out of herO. Very nice read. Like, it's always so risky because you don't know what the progression is like on these buildings, but no, herO. You heal safe? Okay. Nicely done. With that herO, he gets an extra SCV kill. Behind this, going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. This time a standard setup. Going into 2-gate Blink into most likely an expansion. herO poking in. From here, he's just securing himself. He will go for a more delayed expansion here. He does go 2-gate Blink, that's true, but now going for a 3rd gateway into Robo, into a Gas, then into a much later 3rd. So a bit of a safer start out of herO. As he'll have extra Stalkers. I mean, I say safer, I guess more aggressive because he's going for the Prism. So going for a delayed economy. And we'll see if Cure can hold. So far, he's got 2 tanks. He's got 1 tank in the natural, 1 tank in the main. Bunker is set up here on the low ground as well. Cure looking pretty well secured. Pretty well secured. Here comes herO. He's pushing. He's got how many? He's got 10 Stalkers. Of course, he can warp in 3 Stalkers at a time. He can likewise blink into the main. Observer does confirm the army. He could try to get even behind the gases. He goes to the dive. Tank goes down. It does get the first tank. Boys are being pulled, and he will not get the bunker. But a nice pick-off nonetheless. At the same time, Raven harass across the map. Hell in as well. 4 probes go down. Oh, the observer gets sniped. Going for Stim. The tank's out of position. He does relocate the tank, and Stim is denied. Ay, ay, ay. We'll lose the Stalker, and the Prism is zoned away. Oh, Stalkers are trapped. Stalkers are trapped. Boys are being pulled. They're going to lock him in. And Blink is just now off cooldown. And he will lose all these Stalkers. Was this worth it? I mean, he's getting a couple more SCVs. Only a couple. And one more towards the end. And looking at the trades here, it was not quite done. Jumping in Zealots. Going for the reactor. Does get it. Reactor goes down as well. That was 10 Stalkers. 10 Stalkers. He lost 4 probes to the Raven earlier. But 10 Stalkers for a tank, for 5 SCVs. But more importantly, for Stim. Like, that's what's important here. Is that Stim, it's just now restarting. And what that means is that this kind of push, this move out, should be with Stim, now without. Now there's less strength, less potency, less teeth with this army. There's less potential for damage. And a lot more manageable here for herO. Still brutal losing 10 Stalkers though. Like that is brutal. So we'll see if he can hold on. The Observer did spot the move out. And the Observer will also spot the retreat. As herO pulls away. Doesn't commit. herO, he cancels the shield batteries, recognizes that it was just a fake out. 6 more pros still going down though. Without one Raven. Jesus. A one Raven with 10 kills. Sure, he's rotating. Does rotate over. At the same time as Zealot drop here towards the natural, goes straight in. I like how there was no subtlety with this. He just goes straight, like, down the mid. As the Prism goes down. Prism does fall to the Widow Mine. herO, he will clean this up. Not without losing more SCVs, though. Oof. As also do target. At the same time, Stim is now complete, and the gateways are exposed. Gets a pylon. Gets a cyber core. herO, can he collapse in? Storm is done. Oh, brutal mine connections. Yeah, Stealth going down. We get a decent storm, but where the charge lots are not there. Not anymore. Is forced to pick up. herO holds. herO, he does hold on. Does hold, does defend. herO getting his own 3rd base up and running. And herO should be looking for his own 4th. herO does pull away. And again, really good use of the army. He was able to slip by. Able to get across. Gross production has begun. And herO now working towards Colossus. As herO is being very adventurous with this army. Like, there's no prism with this. Like, there's no way to reinforce. It's quite risky. herO gets swatted. And herO has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, Scan will miss the Observer. Just barely. And herO knows that there's an Observer somewhere. Just because herO's army reacted to herO's movement. Oh, there it is. Does spot it. Does spot the Observer. herO moving in. Beat by some medevacs. I don't really see herO breaking this position. He does have some storms though. Nice feedback. Zoning storm. But again, this is a brutal concave, a bunker as well. Decent storm. But yeah, here he's lacking zealots. He should not push in, leading out 2 High Templar. More zealots coming in from across the map. Behind all of this here, expanding, building a Colossus. Second Robo's on the way. So here he shouldn't commit. Like, this is all just posturing. It's all just puffing up his chest, posturing, threatening Cure while he macros. While he makes Colossus. Oh! That's EMP. Gets High Templar. Again, here he's playing with fire. Like, he has to be careful not to lose this army. From here he pulls away. Again, like he was never intending to fight. Never intending to push in. But now he will reinforce. And I believe this time, yep, with the Colossus. Okay, this time he's committing. As the army's coming together. Now just pulling away. Still consolidating. Colossus does overextend. Nice storm though. Very nice storm. Oh god. He runs through it. Runs through the storm. Colossus does go down. There's still another storm left. Still pushing forward. One storm does connect, but that was the final storm. Here he does have to pull away. There's still plenty of fire left over. Again, no more Colossus, no more storms. Has to pull back. Forced to engage. Here bleeding out those Archons. And he has to get out of here. Overall, a back and forth trade. I think I want to say in favor of Cure. Here he lost a lot of high-tech units there. He lost the Archons, he lost the Colossus, he lost a lot of High Templar. For 4 Ghosts. So not a bad fight for Cure. But what's important, we're expanding. Like here, he's taking more bases, taking more expansions. He's forcing these fights on Cure's side of the map instead of Cure pushing out to punish bases. So far, doing a great job of just containing Cure and keeping him busy. Nice storm. Diving on the planetary, storm in the mineral line. Oh my god, planetary goes down. Yeah, the repair's not good enough. And here he's gonna get out of here. Once again, he has to get the hell out of here. Does storm, pulls away. More storms are coming in though. Okay. The EMPs are brutal. Here he has to pull away. Bleeds out of Colossus. It looks like he has triggered a counterattack. Here he's committing. Oh, another brutal storm though. Does get more Colossus. Again, limited anti-air. The Vikings are going ham. They take down 3 Colossus. And Cure, he may just have too much. Yeah, he breaks through, he overwhelms. And here, that was just a brutal fight. And he would lose almost everything. That's down to 1 Colossus. And with that, Cure, it sort of looks like has done it. Takes out the main army, picks up all the Zealots. This base is exposed. And here, can't save it. He cannot save the space. He's down to this. This is the army. We have a couple of Zealots, a couple of Immortals. And again, when it came to him earlier, I feel like pushing into planetary was maybe a bit of a misstep there because it did trigger the counterattack. Ideally, he just wanted to posture, just buy time. Here he went for the fight, a fight that he could not take. He's making 3 Colossus at a time. that's a lot of Colossus. True. Okay. But I mean, there's still plenty of Vikings. Okay, better concave a herO. Here he has to calm down. Cure pulling away. Cure, he just lost almost every Viking. Like, the Viking count gets reset. Down to 1. Here, it's his turn to punish, at least for a bit. Cure backs off, has to rebuild those Vikings, getting to 3-3 upgrades. Here, he survives. But again, the economy is lackluster. He has 75 probes, that is true, but he's oversaturated, right? He's long distance mining. I mean, you can see them here. He needs an expansion. Does need a base. And with Disruptors here, he can still take a fight. Now, with Disruptors, anything is possible. So we'll have those Purification Novas. They're moving in. Kira does move in. Oh, meanwhile, his base is denied. Nice drop from Kira. Nice drop. With the disruptors. Again. With the army. Kira, upon seeing this, now he's aware he has to keep making Vikings. He scans. As it is 4 Colossus. Still very tense, but hey, here he survived. Did survive. Now double expanding, taking bottom right and center left. Taking 2 more bases. And once again, we're in a similar position where right now I believe the condition for herO is not to try to break his opponent. I mean, there might be an opportunity for it, but it's just to buy time. Just keep the army busy while herO double expands. And while herO recovers. Doing everything he can to make sure that Kira doesn't get across the map. As Kira, I believe that's the main. Yep, main does float over. Does float over. Has another base. Oh, Kira getting caught out. Free ghost. Does catch a ghost. Gets 2, gets 3 metamax. Uh-oh. Takes on 3 metamax. Kira coming in from behind. Gets a Colossus. Never goes off. Ooh, takes down a ghost. The last Vikings they commit, they will take down the Colossus. Yeah, the army sims in. A fight that herO cannot take. We spoke about it. He was meant to be posturing, and he will lose everything here once again. Here he can't fight head on, not like this. Not again. And with that, herO, he will have to retreat. And we've been here before, where herO, he has no army. Kira can take down the expansion, and Kira can keep going. From here, he can just keep pushing, keep rushing forward. As the base goes down, getting on top of the robos. And with that, Kira, he will be looking to make a series out of this. I mean, which is what we expected. Again, we won last fantasy. Let's go. Storm's going to be zoning. Kira, he has the high ground. And he will just chase us down. He has plenty of Vikings. He'll chase down the Colossus, focus on the second Robo. There's 1 Robo left. The Colossus, they tickle the Marauders. GG gets called. Kira, he will tie the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We do tie things up. We're going to a 3rd game. Again, herO just had a really rough couple of fights. As we mentioned, like herO, he never really had a standing army that could really contest against Kira. herO, he was trying to be greedy, trying to expand, and it was all about posturing. We spoke about it basically after herO lost 10 Stalkers. He did kind of lose map control, so he was kind of trying to fake it while he could make it. And alas, unfortunately, he got caught out on the map. He committed to a couple of fights that he couldn't quite afford to commit to, and with that, GG. GG, well played. He wasn't able to stabilize, wasn't able to get his bases up and running. Barely not, barely not. Here we go. Is it the final? Yes, yes, these are the grand finals. That's why it's a best of 5. Best of 5 finals. Go. One step closer to the ace match. Exactly, exactly. We're almost there. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Being forced into a tied series, we'll see if he can gain some momentum and take a lead. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran, the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid, taking, or I should say, tying up the series 1-1. It is Kira. Here we go. Again, Kira looking very solid in that last game, able to punish the aggression of herO time and time again. It began with herO losing those 10 stalkers at the start, where he overcommitted and overextended and lost everything. We saw that herO was able to keep up with the run-bys, with the counterattacks, with the warp prisms, and snowball from there. And thankfully, herO wasn't too passive. I mean, I say that partly because herO was committing to some fights early on. But herO, after taking those fights, he was more than willing to counterattack, to punish, and to break herO. And with that, we're now getting into Game 3. And we'll see who takes the lead. Again, I'm hoping for an ace match, but we're here to determine who will take a lead in the series. It's a best of 5, so we still have at least 2 more games ahead of us. At least 2 more. As herO is just being as annoying as possible, looking to delay that expansion. And going for a standard opener back at home. Meanwhile, we are going for an earlier tech lab. Okay, that is a very early tech lab here on that Rax. We're opening a Marauder. I would assume so, as herO, he has denied entry into the main. Yep, there we go. Marauder production is underway. So a bit of a cheeky start here by herO. Ooh, as the Reaper gets into the main base, gets a probe, gets 1, gets 2. 2 probes go down. That should not have happened. Late reaction. Are you getting 3? Oh, no. 3 probes go down, really rough start. herO focusing his attention elsewhere, but this is not quite worth it. Does try to delay the CC, but at a cost. Adept is on the way, and he shouldn't lose any more probes, but this was a rough start. So rough start for herO, leading out 3 workers. Again, he does delay the expansion. I believe the Marauder just revealed itself. Yeah, it did just reveal itself. And with that herO, he'll be more passive. He will shade away. Now, the purpose of a Marauder opener like this is designed to punish the initial Adept or Stalker that gets across the map. But unfortunately, CranKy had to reveal his hand a little bit too soon, so herO knows. And here he just backs off. He backs off. No shield battery. It's now being thrown down. Sorry, that's actually a second pylon. Marauders are moving out. The Oracle is on the way. It was a Stargate opener. And with the help of the Oracle, herO should be okay. Like Marauders, they can threaten the army, they can threaten the base. Yeah, herO should be fine. Diving on the Marauders. We'll focus them down. Gets 1. And now moves herO. Now, what's concerning is that because of the opener and because of the investment into these Marauders, there's nothing at home to defend. There is a Cyclone, thankfully, and there we go. Has 1 Marauder at home. But Curie has abandoned the natural. Does evacuate. Nice lock on. So far, good follow-up here by herO. Gets an SCV, denies mining for quite some time, looking to shade back in. Let's pull away. Gets a Marine. Let's pull away, claims a 3rd, and now we're calming down. It was a bit of an awkward start. So Stargate opening into double Oracle, now into Blink. These Oracles, their goal here is to try to find some economic damage, but they already reveal themselves, so they're stuck at home. And Cure is secure. He's secure. He has a safety Cyclone, safety Viking, building up towards Stim. This time it will not be denied. So getting to his mid game. And we'll see how committed Cure is going to be. As this time he will have a much earlier sim timing. His mid-out can hit harder as a result. So we'll see if he does move out. In case he does, we see herO setting up. So he's throwing down stasis traps all over the place. Scouting on the right hand side. Getting into +1. Overall, I'm kind of liking Kira's position overall. I mean, he's been disrupted the least. So he's able to just get into his own builds, wait for his upgrades. And it's on herO here to scout for any kind of move out and slow it down. Like, these stasis traps, they can pop up. As herO's being active. Likewise, going for the proxy gateway. This should just be to warp in Zealots, to harass across the map. Charges on the way. Oracles, they get it. No turrets. Uh-oh. No turret in the main. Getting 3, 4 SCVs. Oh, but 4, almost a full NG Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, not too worth it there. Got some workers, but yeah, that was a brutal loss for herO. I would say that it's probably going to be worth it if he can slow this down. On top of that, herO, he's taking a chance, taking a risk. I mean, again, it's been a bit of a shaky start. Gold base. He's rushing into the gold. herO breaks out. Now, he should be aware that there are stasis traps somewhere on the map. Speaking of. Oh! Does notice. Does notice. As Q moves out, Adepts are moving in. Shade into the mineral line. Likewise, herO blinking into the main. Nice moves out of herO. Cure, he's out of position. Adepts are cleaned up. They get a couple of SCVs. Meanwhile, Addon's going to be going down to the main. Takes down the tech lab. Takes down the reactor. And gets another reactor as well. Force a recall. Does save everything. Does save his army. And remember, Cure, he was in the middle of pushing out. Like, he wanted to be across the map, but he's been stuck at home. So his push has been delayed. herO, he's getting the gold. And just like, it's actually quite similar to last game, where right now herO has to do everything he can to delay the push and get away with the expansion. Scan bottom right, you can see Cure is looking for the bases, figuring out what's going on. If he was aware of the gold, he could probably punish it. Doesn't know yet. He's also going for the dive. Tank volleys will initially. He goes for the Colossus. Yeah, wasted tank shots, and that hallucination was worth it. That was so worth it here for herO. Nice force fields as well. Locks down the army, and herO holds. Here he does hold, and again that one Colossus tanked at 2 tank volleys. That's Cure. He fell for it, man. He fell for it. Now warp against 9 Zealots at a time. 9 shots is so brutal. But here he does it. Here he holds on. He shuts down the army. Force back the Terran. Gets a medevac. Oh, gets 2. And what's he bleeding out? Bleeding out Zealots. And he can afford it. He has the gold. He has the gold base. He has plenty of minerals. Just warping in 9 Zealots at a time. Now going triple robo. On the way. No man, that's double. Doesn't have a robo to begin with. So they're in production. Oracles of Spy. Going for the stasis. Ooh. So it does connect, but not before the shot goes off. The shot does go off. Starts moving out. And once again, Curie's being aggressive, being active, which means he's vulnerable back at home. He's also going for the mineral line. At least going for the bunker. And catching out reinforcements, going for the mineral line. Forcing Curie back home, buying more time for what? For all these bases. We have another ninja base on the way. Here he just skips one expansion, goes bottom right. Just saturating his bases. Warping in more Zealots. And this is getting out of hand. Where this time Curie, he wasn't able to punish. We have +3 on the way. +1 armor. The Bay as well for Colossus. Fury's getting there. And now he pulls away. As he pulls away, as Zealots, they hit both mineral lines, both bases. Once again, just delaying Cure, once again forcing him back, but he doesn't want to go back home. He wants to push. And he's moving into a sea of Zealots. Oh god. Brutal force fields, he gets locked down. Zealots, they collapse in. And Cure, he's just getting picked apart here. Storm's on the way, no Colossus yet. And the problem with what's happening, the supply doesn't really tell the full story. Cure, he's trading with Zealots. Like, here is mainly losing Zealots here. Like, these are very expendable losses. Like, he can afford it. They're very valuable, very efficient. Trading Zealots for Ghosts, trading Zealots for Marauders. More Zealots coming in. Just non-stop Zealots. So he drags the army out. Charging forward once again. And just getting more value. Boys are being pulled. As herO runs out of Zealots, that's where he has to pull away. Has to retreat. Doesn't want to take a fight. Until the Zealots arrive. And Zealots are arriving. They're coming. Yeah, once again, forcible the boys. Here he just cannot maintain these losses, and the Colossus, they have arrived as well. The Colossus are here. Oof. Shots going off. GG gets called as real Colossus arrive this time, and herO, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, very cheeky move out of herO, rushing into the gold base. It was risky, definitely dangerous to try to rush into the gold in such a way, but he was doing a great job of just being aggressive and just keeping Cure busy by going for Zealot run-bys, Stalker counterattacks, doing everything he could to just keep Cure at home. And by the time Cure actually committed across the map, I mean, he was kind of duped by the hallucination. Didn't have the best fights, and we saw that herO was barely able to hold on, and he got away with the gold. Got away with it. GG. GG, well played. If you remember, this is something that herO used to do on Royal Blood. I think it was called Royal Blood. Like maybe a year, 2 years ago. But that was another map that had a gold base over on the right hand side, and you could rush into that gold in TVP and just go mass Zealot. With that, GG. The illusion was really well played. Yeah, it did a lot there, because those tank shots should have been on the Stalkers. They should have been on the Stalker Sentry, which would have been brutal. And it would have allowed Cure to maybe break that position. Maybe. It would have been closer for sure. Regardless, we're now getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4 here, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 2-1. It is herO. Oh, hello. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series, or we'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a Cure. As the SCV did move out, and we are setting up a proxy across the map. Now, bearing in mind, only one SCV. Only one SCV, so it looks like it's not going to be very committed. I would imagine just Proxy Reaper. Proxy Reaper with a bunker here on the low ground would make the most sense. As herO does come in with the scouts. Does move in, does confirm. Rax is missing. Does get eyes on both gases. Rax about to finish. And the Reaper is on the way. And typically, I believe this SCV's goal is to get a bunker, just so now there's going to be like a safe staging ground for the Reaper to harass the mineral line. SCV gets spotted. And here he will zone away. He'll zone away the SCV. And with that curious transition, we have the factory back at home. Again, double gas opener into factory. Now here, he will skip the Zealots. Yeah, he does skip the Zealots, so that is a little bit greedy. That does mean that here he has to control well. He has to pull back the workers. He has to make sure he does not lose any probes. Speaking of the probes, taking a lot of hits already. Oh, A little bit of a chaotic response. And one probe is going to go down. Gets one so far, but doesn't get two. herO holds. Here he holds on. He deflects. So far, so good. Again, the first Reaper is the most dangerous, just because it can get like additional workers if you're not able to control well enough. But here he's all over that. Oh, that I was not expecting. We have a fast forge. We're rushing into +1. Okay. +1 is going to be on the horizon. I'm curious where this takes us here. There are a couple of builds. I know that in TVP, there was a build where you'd rush into Fast Forge, into Fast +2 timing with Colossus, into Robo, into Bay, into Colossus production. Otherwise, like, I want to say this can be Fast +1 into a charge timing. So show us what you got. Is it going to be a Robo? Is it going to be a Twilight Council? A map like this, we'll see. We shall see. For now, Cure, he's expanding back at home. Again, it's going to be a later CC. Mind Shot goes off, but the Scout does get eyes on the production. As Tech Lab on the factory, What Mind Drop is moving out. It's going to be the Robo, not the Twilight Council. Okay. Robo's on the way. In my mind, this should be for a fast Bay into Colossus, but we'll see. Technically, this could be for just a safer start into Safety Immortals. Into a delayed Twilight Council. Oh, Nigel comes in. And here he pulls into the mines. Oh my god. Nigel's going off. Ooh, does react in time. that was very dangerous. Very dangerous. Calm down, hero. Calm down. You know, Reaper does get into the main base and does not get eyes on the Forge. +1 well underway. Yep, there's the bait. So if you recall at the start of the game, we did mention that there is a build where you can hit with Colossus with a +2 timing. Showtime used to do this. Showtime used to do this like 2 years ago. It's been a while. Been a while. So again, this +1 is going to finish, and we're not doing anything with +1 really. We're going for that next step. What I wasn't expecting though, this isn't just going to get into +2. That's a second forge. So that's catching me off guard. So really fast +2, yes, but also getting into +1 armor alongside it. So here he's doing his own, adding his own twist, I should say. Yep, there's a +2. So we have +2 alongside the Colossus. Now going for his third. Cure does make his way across the map. Cure back at home. I mean, it's been a bit of a shaky start for Cure because of the proxy, so he's floated back home, now getting to stim, building up his own army, but for the near future, like, he doesn't really have anything to threaten herO. Like, herO, he's free to tech the way that he is. But Cure, he does slip by. herO does spot this. It does spot the drop, doesn't have the observer. herO, he was ready for this. And this +2 upgrade timing is going to be brutal, by the way. It's going to hit very hard. Oh boy. So now getting to the second Colossus. Second Colossus is going to be on the way. Here is securing its own third. And right now it's still on Cure to harass with whatever he can. Moving out with the Raven. Setting up his main army. Stim is already done. Cure is not going for an all-in. He's getting a third CC, so he's expanding. Cure playing out a longer game state. And you can see here that we're chronoing out the Colossus. We're not chronoing +2. Like, we're going to let +2 finish like the way it is. And this will hit with 3 Colossus. But I would imagine that herO is going to wait for the Colossus, then wait for a Warp Prism, and then move out. Right, then push so he can warp in. And the goal would be the 3rd. I say that herO's getting a 4th. He's investing in upgrades, so are we going for the Prism or not? What's the plan? Never mind, but you know what? Never mind, we're just rushing into +3, okay. I was like, we're expanding, we're getting a 4th base, never mind. We're not hitting a +2 time, we're just going straight into +3 insanely fast. And we're just gonna calm down, okay? He's got a triple Colossus, but just chilling back at home. This I haven't seen before. Like, usually I see like the 3 Colossus hit with +2, then bam, you just send it. But nah, just calming down. There's no rush, just getting a 4th. Enjoying fast +3 instead. More gates on the way. Now, the problem with what's happening here, I really like what herO is doing because of the opener. Like, herO, as we mentioned, like, herO, he just hasn't really had anything to threaten his opponents. I mean, his army right now is pretty massive because herO is being quite greedy. If you notice, herO, he's been skipping warp-ins. Like, there's a reason why this is the army. He has been intentionally skipping warp-ins, and in doing so, that's how he's able to afford the Pass of 4th, all these probes, the gases, the tech, the upgrades, now Templar Archives, now going into Blink, and now going into extra gateways. Like, herO, his army is pretty small and pretty tiny in comparison. But looks can be deceiving because that's about to change. Because he is now getting fully saturated, and now all these gateways are coming online. Now he can start to warp in. Now he can start to build up the army. But has he been too greedy? herO's pushing, and herO, he needs to start warping in. Oh. He's supply blocked. No, now is the worst time to be supply blocked. Oh no. As herO, he's pushing. We need those warp-ins. As those move forward, ideally you want to slow this down ahead of time. Oh, Brutal Missile goes up. And Missile does go off, covering almost the entire army. herO behind this, he's got 1,000 minerals. We need to warp in those zealots. herO, he doesn't keep pushing. Here, he expands in the face of this push. He's crazy. He's lost his. I mean, it's working because herO backs off. herO, he retreats. He pulls away. Yo, the fake hallucinated Colossus. Let's go. And that was herO's window, by the way. That was his window to break the 3rd, and he misses that timing. Does miss it. herO heals up like 40 supply. Not anymore. And not anymore. Tank Court unsieged. Warping in more zealots. Like, now we have an army. Now we have the warp-ins. Oh boy. And now we're hitting with +3. Ay. Again, herO was even supply blocked. Like, that was things were looking dire for herO. Okay, we're looking dire. Meanwhile, the first Colossus is gonna go down. Boys being pulled into the army. Nice target finding on the Marauders. But the SCVs do melt. Second Colossus goes down to 1 Colossus left, but there are not enough Vikings. Not enough Vikings. Colossus, they break on through. Oh, wasted shots on the depot though. Oof. And herO, he can just keep warping in. He can just keep warping in. Again, herO, he was so greedy. He was so greedy this game. Just taking advantage of how passive herO was. I mean, early on it was understandable. But at a certain point, it was very greedy. Hey, he got away with it. Got away with it. And herO, he's up against the wall. Things looking dire for him. Has to pull the boys. Again for the 2nd time. Never goes up. Just running away. Kills the 4 CC. Taking more expansions, taking more bases. And with that herO just collapsing those high-tech units, the Ghosts are going down to Zealot of all things. Never goes off. A brutal connection takes out the final Ghost. And sure, the Viking takes down the Colossus, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. herO, he has done it. He has broken through. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played herO. He will take the series. Again, a very greedy game there by herO on MaNa. In the beginning, it made sense because of the proxy. Because herO went for a proxy, and because it's MaNa, the largest map in the map pool, it made sense to cut some corner, and I was totally fine with herO rushing into the Forge and rushing into +1, then rushing into +2, and then herO took it one step further and took a 4th base, took all of his all of the tech, taking up into the Temple Archives, into Blink as well, taking his gases, saturating first, throwing down 6 gateways, and getting +3. And again, as we were pointing out, like, herO didn't have much of an army at all to work with, and herO was pushing, and herO got supply blocked. like everything was lining up there for herO to punish, but herO, he didn't commit, right? He got the anti-armor missile off on the main army, he covered everything, but then he backed off, right? Then he retreated, and remember, herO, in the face of that army, he took a 5th base. He got a 5th nexus next to where the army was. It's crazy. And he got away with it. Then he was able to warp in, and he snowballed out of control. He got away with his greed, snowballed out of control from there. GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series. Congratulations. A shout out to herO. We barely didn't make it to the ace match, unfortunately, as the ace match was going to be Lost Fantasy, which would have been a treat, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, herO, he will claim it, and with that, shout out to herO for, of course, making it this far, but congratulations to herO for becoming our champion. Again, a very Korean-heavy tournament this time, as, of course, we mentioned earlier, may as well reiterate, the Europeans are traveling. So the top 4 was herO, ByuN, Cure, and Rogue. You may be thinking to yourself, hold on, where are the other regulars? Where are players like Showtime? Where are players like Clem? Clem is a regular, of course. They weren't here because they're all traveling to Bulgaria, because Star Zagora is right around the corner. Star Zagora is going to be this week. I mean, it shows just how condensed everything is. And I mean, there's a lot of criticism for that. I mean, it's not the tournament organizer's fault. And it's definitely tough on the players, because the players have so little room to breathe. They go from one tournament to the other, to the other, to the other. It was bam, GSL Season 1, DreamHack Dallas, into GSL Season 2, which is still ongoing, by the way, into the EWC qualifiers, into Star Zagora, in a Home Story Cup. It's just non-stop. So it's really rough for the players that do want to play in as much as they can. So there's a lot of travel going on, very little time to rest and recuperate. It's a very intense period, intense month in StarCraft, and from Home Story Cup, bam, EWC end of July as well. So like there's just a lot happening all at once. So so with that, best of luck to all the players that are going to be traveling, of course. Best of luck. Oh, is someone crying in the chat? Hello, Clade. Hello, Clade. I sent you a message because I checked your match history. Sorry, your chat history. I'm not referring to today. I'm referring to your overall history of typing in our chat. Actually, it's not. I saw a trend. So I'm asking you to calm down. For those that are curious, there's someone in the chat that literally almost all of what they say is just balance whining about Terran whenever they type in our chat. It's like I just opened up his chat history. I'm like, that's okay. I guess that's all you do. Oh no. So just asking you to calm down. With that though, GG. With that, GG well played. And congratulations to herO. And of course, again, as I was mentioning, best of luck to all the players that are traveling. Best of luck to all the players that are traveling to Star Zagora. Again, I know they have very little downtime, so best of luck. It's me because of Protoss won. True. And with that, congratulations. And we're going to be wrapping up. Here for the time being. our next broadcast should be tomorrow as we do switch screens over and catch up on the bracket. Bam, here we go. We have our weekly schedule. So today was WardiTV Monday. Of course, also, if you want to tune into more of these events, this is a weekly tournament. WardiTV Monday is a weekly tournament. Every single Monday we do host this event. So you can, of course, check it out there. And likewise, tomorrow is going to be GSL. I say GSL. We're going to be covering the replays. GSL was last week, and we were going to be covering the GSL replays last week, and then bam, EWC qualifiers. We didn't have any time, didn't have any room, so we're going to be going over Group Stage 1, Group A, and Group B tomorrow. So we're going to be going over those GSL matches tomorrow. Meanwhile, we have the Picasor Cup on Wednesday. We have the LATAM League on Thursday, the Pondcast on Thursday. We missed last week the Pondcast. The Pondcast, for those who are curious, that is our weekly talk show where we go over all the news of the week regarding StarCraft 2 and all the tournaments as well. So there's a lot to go over. We skipped it last week because of all the qualifiers, right? There were just so many qualifiers happening. So we did skip our podcast last week, but this week, that means we're going to have even more to catch up on. We're going to have 2 weeks worth of content instead of 1 week. So we'll be catching up on that on Thursday. We have the StarCraft Evolution League on Friday. We have Kung Fu Cup, show matches, Fire Grow Cup, MSO, STC. All of our regular standard events that we usually cover on a weekly basis are here on the channel. You may be seeing this. We do have a couple of afternoons off. That is our new initiative here for 2025. We do want to have some afternoons off here instead of just non-stop 2 casts a day every single day. So that's our time to, I say rest, really it's our time to ladder and stream on my personal channel and work on VODs and work on thumbnails. On top of that, something that's also happening throughout this is Stars Agora, which I believe starts on Wednesday. So that also coincides with that that time off. I believe Stars Agora does start midweek into the rest of the week as well. So a lot of Stars Agora, a lot of content. We won't be covering Stars Agora. Unlike EWC, they don't allow co-streaming, so there's going to be no co-streaming from us. And I'm pretty sure other casters are going to be traveling to the event and covering that event. So best of luck to all those involved. Of course, we'll be keeping you posted when it comes to results of that on during the podcast. It's going to be this week. I'm exhausted just hearing about the schedule. it's so much StarCraft. But we'll be there for you. We'll be there for all the content, all the StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, we're going to be live at 9 AM KST. That is going to be at 10 AM AEST. That'll be in 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours. We're going to be live with the GSL replay cast of Group A, and then in the afternoon with Group B. So that's going to be our schedule for tomorrow. Otherwise, thanks for watching. You can follow us on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. And likewise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's give them some love. Let's give them some support. Let's see. I see Strange is streaming. Kanoya is streaming. Who else is live? Around this time, I was gonna say usually like, I don't know, like some of the Europeans start streaming, like Rotterdam or Coconut, but I know there are a lot of people traveling as well. True, to Bulgaria. Not too many people. We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. See you tomorrow.